uh, learn about what's going on with your group, and eventually I'll be doing adult reentry programming. But that's a little ways off because again, second day. So excited to be here. Thanks for letting me come in.
And welcome, Ross. Welcome to VSCC.
Hi, I'm Cami Leeson. I'm the Associate Governmental Program Analyst for Prop 47, Cohort 2 and 4. And I'll be doing the fiscal and programmatic piece of the grant.
Cami? Any others from VSCC? Okay. So we'll just hop right in and please go ahead and jump right through and introduce yourselves.
Hi, everybody. Edgar Campos here. Sorry I'm not on. I'm having some bandwidth issues with my internet, and I don't want it to be glitchy when I listen to you all. I'm not sure what the ESC number that I used to belong to, but the last time I did this, I think was 2017 or 18. And one thing that I know about this team is that Damien's always been the best about urgency and being responsive to emails. And we had a great time the last time we were up in Sacramento, being able to accomplish our goals. So I'm super happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to the conversations and being able to help our communities. So thank you so much for having me.
Morning, Ellen McDonald, Chief Public Defender for Contra Costa County. Nice to meet you all and see some of you again. I was on an ESC, and I can't remember what year, but maybe 2017 or 2018 for law enforcement assisted diversion funding, and it was a really great experience where I learned a lot, and we ended up implementing a similar program in Contra Costa. So I'm really excited to be chosen to be a part of this ESC today.
Thank you, Ellen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jennifer Jennison. I'm the Stanislaus County Public Defender, and I have no experience doing this. Looking forward to it.
Thrown right into the fire, Jennifer. thrown you right into the fire.
Hi, I'm Rachel Katz. I am Finance and Administration Director at California Pan-Ethnic Health Network, and I, in my role, oversee our research and our grants, including government contracts, and just wanted to learn more, and I've never done this before.
Awesome. Thank you, Rachel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. John Froches. I'm from the LA County Public Defender's Office. I'm the Director of Administration here. No experience on state-funded panels, but been on other panels. So I'm looking forward to this experience and meeting and working with you all.
Thank you, John. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Efrat Sharoni. This is my first time being on an ESC panel. I am currently a consultant, but have worked all across the criminal justice spectrum for the last 25 years, which makes me feel very old when I realize how long I've been in this world. But my only experience is that when in 2018 or 19, I'm forgetting, when I was the director of the Office of Reentry for the city of Los Angeles, I applied for and got Prop 47 grant funding. So I have experience being on the other side of it, and am excited and honored to get to be part of this group.
Thank you very much.
I guess I can go next. My name's Mac Jenkins. I'm a retired chief probation officer. I retired as the chief in San Diego County. Now it's been 8 years ago, but I worked for 40 years in probation in California, first in Orange County before being appointed chief down in San Diego. I still currently sit on the Council of Criminal Justice and Behavioral Health. And I do a couple of other things, including some consulting work. And I think this is the third time I've been a rater on the Prop 47 applications, and I've served on a number of VSCs. I actually don't remember how many, but I enjoy this work, and it's also I'm happy to have the opportunity to contribute in this way. So I look forward to it. And Damien, you and the staff over there at BSCC, you guys always do a tremendous job. I always look forward to working with you guys. I mean that, absolutely.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mac, and it is great to have you back. Let's see, is that everyone? Is anybody left?
Mary is not here. She will be joining us later. She is currently on a flight from Alaska that a case led her up there that she had to take. So she is hoping to connect via Wi-Fi on the flight. And we're also recording this for her, but she will be joining us tomorrow. And she is with Placer County Public Defender, Damien? I don't remember offhand.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah, Placer County DA. So she will be joining us hopefully later today, if not definitely tomorrow.
I hate to do this to everybody, but oh, I think I see her flying over your head there, Stacy, coming from Alaska. Oh, that is such a dad joke. That is a horrible, horrible dad joke. I apologize so early in the morning. That is my bad, absolutely. All right, wonderful. Let me jump right back into the agenda. Screen share here again. All right. So very quickly, one of the things that I wanted to do, hopefully everybody's had a chance to take a look at the RFP. If not, that's okay at this point. You'll definitely want to familiarize yourself with the RFP in greater detail than I'm just about to do. I've just got a few highlighted areas of the RFP that went out, and I want to just acknowledge those that were part of the Cohort 3 ESC that helped us to redevelop this RFP to what it is currently, and had done such an incredible amount of work in the time that they did the redevelopment, that we were able to take what the work that they had done and move it forward and be able to get out the additional funding, additional allotments this year that we received for Prop 47 by just getting a few updates and then getting the RFP directly out to community for those to apply. So I want to thank those that were part of that ESC, the previous ESC. So just a few very quick things. I'm going to speed through this very fast. You can find the RFP if you haven't been to the Prop 47 website, the web page at BSCC. Go to BSCC's page, click on grant programs, Prop 47. You'll see the Cohort 4 RFP instructions. And so you can go into that and continue to familiarize yourself there. But I just have a few spots in the RFP that I wanted to highlight. And so let me just zoom on down.
And I just posted that web address that Damien was mentioning in the chat, so you can have direct access to that and just scroll down to the Cohort 4, which is pretty close to the top.
Yes, thank you very much, Stacy. I appreciate that. The first area that I wanted to highlight, and it's specific to one of the grant programs, and I'm not sure who will get this particular proposal, but there is I believe it's Butte County has in their budget, they have a discrepancy that we actually were able to clarify. And so one of the required components of the grant is that 50% of the requested amount go to the NGOs. And typically you would see that directly in the NGO line. Well, one of the grantees that kind of spread that out was giving more than 50%, is giving more than 50% in their proposal. It just wasn't in that NGO line. So I want to just highlight that particular area. One of the big changes, and actually, Mac, I think you may, in fact, remember this. You've been on a lot of ESCs, but you may remember this as part of the conversation in the last ESC, that the previous grant programs had caps, large and small caps, at 1 million for the small and 6 million for the large. And the discussion at that particular time, though inflation wasn't what it is today, the discussion at that time was, is it appropriate to raise those at that time? And a lot of conversation happened. And at that time, it was discussed to leave things where they were, but to have a real, very good conversation about being able to lift those caps on the next grant program, which is the Cohort 4, which is what you're going to be reviewing. So we in fact did have that as part of the updates to the RFP, that those caps were raised. So the small scope being 2 million, the large scope being 8. So yeah, I thought you'd probably like that, Mac. I know that was a big part of the conversation at that time. Financial leveraging, just touching base as you folks are reading your proposals, there are some things that the Prop 47 RFP places and the legislative language actually place priority in, and you'll see in the RFP this financial leveraging piece. This is not an exhaustive list of agencies and grant programs and other funding programs that can be used, but it provides somewhat of a list of those that they may use in leveraging their grant funds, and more importantly, leveraging their partnerships. One of the biggest things about Prop 47 is that that leveraging piece is more about building relationships than it is trying to bring in additional money, because there is no match requirement. Eligible grant activities. As you're looking at your proposals, you'll see that these are the 3 required services: are mental health, substance use, and diversion. And then with the funding bill that succeeded the Prop 47, which was AB 1056, that funding bill also added these additional services that you'll see in your proposals. Eligible population being those that are arrested, charged with, or convicted of a criminal offense, and that "and" is all capitalized because that's very important, but both arrested, charged with, or convicted, and have a history of mental health and substance use or diversion. Target population, as I said, this is one of the big things here that is done, I think, very broadly. Arrested, convicted, or charged with a criminal offense, non-serious, non-violent crime. Those things it throws a big net, which is exactly what we want to be able to do, to be able to catch as many of the population of folks as possible. We do have some schools on. This was also part of the conversation, I remember last time as well. But just ensure that as you're looking at and reading these proposals, these parts here are tremendously important, that the target population and the required pieces are in there. The schools, as you're reading those, ensuring that the schools are not preventative measures. The Department of Education also receives Prop 47 funding, which are more on the side of preventative measures, such as truancy and things of that nature. Specific to Prop 47, these are about criminal offenses. And so when you're reading those school ones, you'll want to ensure that that is the case. Just very quickly highlighting the grant period for you. This is a term of almost 4 total years with 3 full years. That was actually something, again, in the last ESC. The implementation period as well as the closeout period were actually shorter than 6 months and 3 months. And so the team at that time actually provided some additional time, rightly so, because it does take a lot to get this thing up and going, and certainly takes a lot to finalize a lot of the data. I think that is all that I wanted to point out. Obviously, much, much more here. Again, familiarizing yourself as you're looking at proposals is a very good idea here. Okay. Summary, we received, I think the total was 39, I believe, proposals that did come in. I think that's a decent amount for the type of grant programming that we're doing. However, we received roughly $70 million in request, more in funding than we actually had available, which is a great thing in many ways. There's pros and cons certainly to that. What that certainly does is makes it, this grant program much more competitive. But we have received roughly $223 million in requested funds. What we do as we're looking at that RFP and requirements, we from the beginning, we will take a look at the all the proposals that come in and all the forms that come in. Any of the forms that are required, we do what's referred to as a technical review. We ensure that the qualifications, the initial qualifications, have all been met. that they've turned in all the forms, that they've turned it in on time, all those sorts of things. We do that up front for you folks so that you're not having to weed through folks that wouldn't even match the technical requirements. And so as we did that, we have a total score of approximately $203 million. I believe it was like 202.95 or 202.85 or something along those lines, but roughly $203 million in requested funds that are eligible, had everything available and ready to go as far as the applications were concerned. And so your job is to read those and score those so that those that are have the what we would consider the best possible scenarios or best possible practices and proposals out there will receive the money up to that 152 million that is available. And I just added a quick note once again, those of you that might be reading Butte County, they do have a 50% pass through confirmed, just as a quick note on that, so you won't have to worry about that. And then, so expectations, quick expectations are, and I want to show you a quick timeline in just a second here as well. The expectations are that we need to have all proposals. All of your funding recommendations will go to the board in September. And so we need to have plenty of time to be able to do on our end, clarifying things and drafting the recommendations for the board with plenty of time for September. And so these are due. The deadline is August 19th. That is the final day at 5 o'clock that we can have those. Obviously, the earlier the better, just so that, you know, we're not, getting anxious and frustrated right there toward the end and want to make sure that we're very fair in our proposals from beginning to end. And so the earlier the better, but the deadline for that is August 19th. And then just very quickly wanted to do. So just I'm going to show you a little bit of behind the curtains, folks. This is ultimately our list here of things that need to be completed between now and getting this funding out. This is a long list of things that are needing to be done, and we are now somewhere in here, the Raider training now. So congratulations to all of us getting us this far with everything that needs to be done. And so as you can see here, let me move my over. As you can see here, Raiders submit proposal scores by August 19th. And so that is our deadline for that. Quick note, this Friday will be my last Friday for a month. I actually will be taking off an entire month. I'd love to be able to say it was heading to places like where Mac's picture is and Stacy's picture is. It is not. Some juggling of both positive and negative, but I'll be taking a month off starting Friday. What that means to you folks is you're about to be reintroduced to Anna, who will be taking over, and I will stop talking. And so any questions that you might have, please do reach out to her to begin. And if she's needs to connect you with some other folks, she'll be able to do that during your time of reading these. I will always be available, of course, in emergency situations as well. But just want to give everybody a heads up that this Friday will be the last Friday for approximately a month. And then my final thing before turning this over is forms. So I sent out the conflict of interest, the ethics training, conflict of interest. If we can get that back here in the next couple of days, filling that out and sending that back to myself and Stacy, and I'm not sure who else might need that form, but please send those back to me. And then the Form 700, that form will actually be sent out by one of our another colleague of ours who's out right now. She'll be coming back in and she'll be sending those. And so you'll receive that from them as well. And then the ethics training, we'll do our best to try to get that completed prior to the proposals being sent in. And so those are a few just quick reminders on those. Questions about any of that, Mac, and then Ellen.
Yes, Damon, you said something about pass-through,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't get that completely. So can you explain that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, this is, I put this quick note on here for Butte County. As you folks are reading your proposals, one of the requirements is that the budget have a 50% pass through that has to go to the NGOs. And for anybody that might be reading Butte's budget, you won't see that in the NGO line. It'll look like they haven't done a 50% pass through. But I just made a quick note that we have actually confirmed that there is a 50% pass through, and I was just making a quick note of that.
Great. And my question is, I'm just doing the math, there were, is it fair to say there was a proposal, or there were $20 million of proposals that aren't going to make it through and get read by raters? Is that the difference of the initial ones received? Okay.
You are correct. That's
Got it.
correct. Yep.
Got it. So
Yeah, so
really,
you will only see the 203.
okay, so we have 150 or so million to allocate, and this group will evaluate 203 million. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Got it. Absolutely. Yep. Great clarification. Yes, Rachel.
I saw you were listing things that we need to do, and I see the conflict, fill out the conflict of interest form, complete the ethics training, review the RFP, and I feel like there was one more, but I missed it.
The Form 700, it's another form that will be sent to you. That form has not been sent to you at this time, but it will be sent to you. My colleague that is out right now, once she comes back in, she'll be sending those out as well.
Great, thank you.
You're very welcome. All right. Okay, so final thing before I hand it over, we are going to be taking breaks roughly every hour or so. Please, by all means, take care of yourself and ensure that this is a comfortable experience for everyone. But roughly about every hour, so roughly 10 o'clock, we will be taking breaks. As I said, I've got some electricity issues. I'm running on generator. And I may have to bounce in and out a little bit, so I do apologize for that. But I should be available through most of this time frame. But we will be taking breaks roughly on that hour mark, so roughly at 10 o'clock. So without further ado, I am going to hand this back over to Anna. Anna, it is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Damien. Well, I'm going to get everything set up. Just let me go ahead and share my screen. One moment, folks.
Well, Anna's doing that. I'm going to take a minute and reiterate what Damien has already said, and that we really do appreciate your guys' time and commitment to this process. We know it does take time to review all of those proposals and critically evaluate the quality of those proposals. And so we greatly appreciate your guys' time and commitment to this process.
Yes, John, go ahead.
Yeah, so going back to the Form 700, so if we file one for our own agency, we do it once a year, can we just submit that to you, or is this a complete brand new form?
It is another form. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, that is a great question, and I wish that there was some way to be able to do exactly that. That just makes so, frankly, John, it makes too much sense, right? I mean, that's kind of the deal there. But yeah, you'll do another one for this, and in fact, you'll do it twice. You'll do one in the beginning, and you'll do one at the end, and I'm sure we could go into lengthy detail as to why that is and why it shouldn't be. But that will be the case for both. And those details will be provided to you once my colleague comes back.
Okay. No
yeah,
problem.
thank you for that question, John. Appreciate that.
Apologies. I'm trying to set this up so it has the most advantageous view. I appreciate everyone's patience.
Yeah, as you guys will see, there's a lot of I can imagine, since I've done this before, I can imagine on a screen where she's got about 20 things opened up and trying to make sure that the right thing is opened up so that you guys can see it. And if any of you have ever done like PowerPoint on Zoom, it's like you go and it pops up and it pops up in the wrong screen, and then you're showing the wrong slides, and it's so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's precisely it. I have at most times at least 3 screens going at any given time, and it's never entirely clear which one of them Zoom is going to attempt to share. It just you have to wing it and then readjust. So hopefully
Anna, I'm going to do I have one more shameless plug.
Absolutely.
Reiterating just very, very quickly what Stacy just said again, thank you so much for all the work that you're doing in this. Tremendously important, also a requirement. For us, this is a requirement to be able to put together the ESCs and the rater panels. It's a requirement that we have to do this by law. And so for us, it's, you know, as you can imagine, to find folks that have the ability, that have the commitment and the want to, you know, put themselves through 2 days of this type of training, in addition to all of the other schedules and tasks and responsibilities that you all are juggling. Very difficult to find folks that are committed, such as yourselves, and just have the expertise, you know, the subject matter experts coming in from all over the state. Truly appreciative. The shameless plug is we're constantly looking for ESC and rater members. And so if you have folks that you think that can, you know, would be willing and able to help us out with things like this, please have them reach out to us. We're regularly recruiting, and at times it's quite difficult to get enough people to be able to do the process. And so we have multiple grant programs that are always looking for help. And so any opportunity to plug in with folks that that are willing and able, we're more than happy to communicate, have discussions with them as well. So thank you once again, and any opportunity to connect other folks, we'll take it. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here. We know that your time is incredibly valuable, and we know you're doing this on a volunteer basis, so we're extremely appreciative of your time and also your expertise. So just to start off, I'm going to go over a few slides to give you an overview of what we'll be doing today. So just, you know, as a preamble, and I think I'm going to probably say this 10 or 15 times throughout this process, but we really encourage you to participate in this process and the activities because your engagement and participation are really crucial, particularly in this instance, since most of you were, I don't think any of you were on the ESC panel for RFP development. So for many of you, this is going to be the first time with this particular grant. Some of you have some experience with the grant, but you're going to be introduced to the scoring criteria, which we'll go over in a lot of detail. And so your assessment of these proposals will determine the projects that are recommended for Cohort funding. So participation is particularly important in this case, so that everyone's on the same page in terms of understanding the grant, as well as the evaluation process. And just to make sure that I haven't just had the screen on something very random, everyone is seeing the first slide, correct? Fantastic. So once again, just reiterating that rater trading is very important. You were all selected for your expertise in your fields and for your, personal experience within this system and with similar grants. So your role as raters is to provide ratings that are impartial and hopefully unbiased, and to basically ascertain the quality by recognizing the strengths and the weaknesses within the proposals that you'll be reading. So the overall goal of today's training is to, first of all, to make sure you all have a solid understanding of the rating scale, the anchors, their definitions, as well as the rating factors and criteria, and that we all really have a shared understanding of the criteria that define this particular grant. We'll also be going over some of the common ways that ratings can go astray, but we're going to be addressing that on day 2. So today we're really going to be focusing in on the rating factors and the rating criteria, as well as the rating scale. And like I said, getting on the same page in terms of understanding that. This really is a trust the process kind of situation. So like I said, we do encourage you strongly to participate because a lot of you don't have experience with this particular grant. But if you have been on an ESC panel before, or you've done rating, this is going to have a lot of similarity to that. So before we actually dive in, do we have any questions just to start off? Okay.
I have a quick question, and I apologize. Damien may have covered this. I understand there's 39 submissions. Is that right?
There were 30.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry, go ahead. Go
Apologies.
ahead, Anna.
I was going to say there were 39 submissions. After the technical review, there are currently 32 grants that you will be reviewing.
And how many do we each review?
We will actually go over that very shortly in like
Okay.
2 slides. Absolutely,
right.
yes. That is a very good question. So once again, just a quick overview of the training and what you can expect for today. So we're going to be using a multiple panel process. That's where we will discuss the number of grants and how many you'll be reviewing. We'll also be reviewing the evaluation system. So that's detailed in the RFP, that link that Stacy sent. Thank you so much, Stacy. And that includes the table of rating factors as well as their weights, the rating scale with the anchors, and each rating factor is defined with criteria. We're going to go over those in a lot of detail. We're also going to be looking at the 6-point rating scale and some common types of rater challenges. Later on today, you're going to be evaluating sample proposals. So we have a couple of, well, for today, we have a proposal that you'll be evaluating and learning to apply the rating criteria or apply the rating scale to the criteria, apologies. And we're going to review the rating materials that you were provided. So we'll also have, we'll go over some next steps. So what happens after this training, and then when you turn in your ratings, and when you will find out about the funding recommendations. I think Damien did say that it was August 19th is the board recommendation, but you will obviously have that information before that date. Before I get started, I just want to make sure that everybody does have access to the documents I sent out this morning. So I sent out some job aids that we will be taking a look at today. Can I just get a thumbs up just to make sure everybody's good? Awesome. So for the multiple panel process, so there are a total of 32 proposals to evaluate at this moment. Like I said, 39 were submitted, and after the technical review, there were only 32 that actually passed. We do make every attempt to balance the extent of time you are asked to dedicate to the evaluation process for each proposal. We understand that this is time consuming and that this is on a volunteer basis. And we completely understand that evaluating 32 proposals is excessive. So that's why we are actually using a panel process. So we have 2 panels So each of you was assigned to one of two panels. And the assignment of the proposals resembles that of the proposals received. So there's approximately 12.5% small scope proposals and 87.5 large scope projects. Sorry. So there are going to be 6 proposals that are going to be overlapping. So those are going to be read by everyone, by both panels. And these will help us determine if the panels are evaluating the same proposals in a similar way. So an important feature of the multiple panel process is being able to see that. So the remaining proposals, so there are going to be 13 that will be, apologies, 26 that will be divided between the 2 panels. So each of the panels will be reading 13 unique proposals with 6 overlapping. And we do take the characteristics of you folks, of your expertise into consideration in panel assignment. And once we do receive your ratings for all the proposals, we'll be analyzing that data, and we will provide you with the proposal rankings via an email. So what this actually means for you, and Mac, you just actually asked about this. So you won't be reading every proposal. You'll just be reading the, yeah, you basically will be reading just the 13 individual and the 6 that are overlapping.
So just to clarify, Anna, that's 19 total?
Yes, apologies. That's 19 proposals total that you'll be reading. So you're not going to be reading all 32. There were a couple, I believe there's just one recusal. So there will be one proposal that I think will be reassigned for that. We do recommend that you do not leave ratings to the last minute. I know August 19th is a ways away, but it is still an undertaking. Having read through proposals, a lot of proposals myself, it is taxing, especially when you do have to rate them. So we recommend you get started relatively early and just not leaving it to the last minute, so you're not rushing through them. So any questions before we get into it?
I kind of missed why there were the 6 overlap, why they were categorized as overlap.
Oh, I see. So the 6 overlapping proposals is because there are 32 proposals total. So we're not asking you to read that many. It's a lot of proposals for an individual to read, especially, like I said, in a fairly it's a fairly short window of time, and especially if you're, like I said, if you're having to rate them. So that's why we use the panel process. It also allows us to see how the 2 panels are rating across the same proposal.
Got it. So the 6 were like, they're not like large or small or anything specific. They're just 6 from amongst the group.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
They're just six proposals that were selected to be. There is some balance to it. So, you know, we balanced it out. So they're like small and large within that category, within the overlapping, but that's pretty much it. I realized that was vague in my description, but yes, the 6 overlapping and then 13 that will be unique to each of the panels.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so getting right on into it. So the evaluation system that we will be using, and this can be found in the RFP on page 24. It's evaluating separate factors that are related to the grant. So as you can see, those two red arrows are what you're going to be focusing on. It's going to be the rating factors. So those are basically the subsections within which the grantees will be submitting their narrative, and the points range, which is the number of points that you'll be assigning for each of those factors. So you'll be using a 6-point rating scale, and we'll go over that in just a moment as well. So the total score is based on the weight of each of the rating factors. And as you can see, they're not all weighted equally. So the percent of total value here, we can see that project need is worth 25%, community engagement is 15%, project description 30%, data collection evaluation 15%, and project budget is also 15%. So for the application to be considered for funding, a total score must reach a minimum threshold of 130 points or 65%. And there is also the possibility of an additional between 2 and 4 points. So Damien, I think, mentioned that there is a pass-through requirement for this grant. So applicants are required to dedicate a minimum of 50% of their grant funds to subcontracts with CBOs. And if they actually pass through more than 50%, or I'm sorry, 60% or more, my apologies. So between 60 and 69%, they are entitled to 2 additional points. And if the pass-through is 70 or more percent, they are entitled to 4 additional points. And these can make it or break it for some proposals. So those are added after the score is already totaled. So this is not going to be on your end. This is on our end as far as allocating these points. So technically the maximum total score is 204. And like I said, with a minimum threshold of 65%. So 130 points. So the total score is based on the weight of each rating factor. And I think that might be it for this one. Does anybody have any questions about just the evaluation system and our rating process?
You perhaps you'll get into this later, and I apologize if I missed it. But of those who are requesting funds, if they've been funded before, where and how do we consider their previous how well they did before?
Stacy, can I ask you to chime in on this?
So actually, for this round of funding, none of the cohort 3 grantees are eligible to apply because there is so much overlap in terms of the timing of funding. So all of these are will be new grantees.
Okay, because it's so but I think the last time I did this, we were evaluating some folks who were on a subsequent round of funding. So I was confused. That's why I had the question. So this is their first time applying.
Right. Yeah. With cohort 3, cohort 2 applicants were eligible this time. And that was because there was minimal overlap in the time periods for the rating or for the grant period. But this one, there is substantial overlap in the timing. So they were not eligible. So we don't need to worry about any of that.
Okay, thank you. That's going to mean, these submissions will be very interesting.
Yes.
Okay. So in the email that you received this morning, we provided you with some job aids, and this is going to be one of the most important ones. This is going to assist you with the proposal rating process. So this is Job Aid 1. And this is kind of a shortcut guide that you can reference, where you can reference the rating factors as well as the rating criteria. So the 6-point rating scale, which will, once again, I keep saying we're going to go over things in more detail. And there does seem to be redundancy, but there's a reason for that. So you're going to use this when you're rating the proposals and evaluating the strengths and businesses of each factor. So you'll be assigning a single score on a 6-point scale from 0 to 5 to the totality of each factor. So, whoops, apologies. So you can see here, hopefully it's a little bit small, I realize. So each of the factors has criteria underneath. So we have section 1 is project need. We have criteria 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 here. And you will be evaluating that factor on the basis of the criteria, but you'll be assigning a single score to the factor itself on the basis of this rating scale. This is 5-point rating scale from 0 to 5. And we will look at that a little bit more closely in a moment. So for the next long stretch of rater training, we're going to be discussing the rating criteria and the rating factors. And we're going to take some time to review these because, again, the scoring panel was, like I said, many of you are new to Prop 47 and this evaluation process. So we want to make sure that we take the time to review the rating factors and the corresponding criteria, and everybody has a solid understanding and, very importantly, a shared understanding of the grant intent and also of the rating process. So we're gonna really highly encourage, once again, everybody to chime in once we get into the rating factors and the rating criteria. And before we get into that, does anybody have any final questions on this job aid? This is going to be also available on the dashboard for you once that is up, and we have a link for you, but it's also in the materials that were emailed this morning. You can follow along on that. Okay. So let's get into the actual rating factors. So this is rating factor 1, project need. Just to go over a little bit of terminology, the rating factors are the names provided to each of the categories of information within the proposals. And each rating factor is comprised of a set of criteria here that you'll be using to evaluate the proposals. So the criteria are numbered for convenience. So 1.1, 1.2. So in the current example, there are 4 criteria in factor 1, project need. Proposals are going to be providing narrative response. So you should address all of the criteria for each rating factor as you're reading through the proposals. So you'll be reading the narrative and you're going to be assessing the strengths and the weaknesses of each of the criteria. And then you're going to be assigning a single rating that represents how well the response addresses the set of criteria. So it's not just a matter of whether or not they addressed the criteria within the factor, but it's also a measure of how well the criteria were addressed. So we're going to read through the rating criteria to get you more familiarized, and we're going to have some discussions going over the rating factors and the criteria. And I'm going to be saying rating factor and criteria quite a bit to the point where it may lose meaning, but that is okay. But I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with how to interpret this evaluation model. So I'm going to be talking a lot today. So I will read this first one, but I will be asking you folks to also read, to volunteer to read the criteria as we go through them.
Anna, as a quick, just to jump in there for you. It's 9:59. Did you want to take a quick break beforehand?
Absolutely.
Being that it's been an hour now.
Yeah, the time passed really quickly. You know what? This is a perfect time to take a break. So you're right. It's basically 10 a.m. here. So before we launch into it, because once we get into the first one, it's gonna kind of cut in. So maybe we do a 10-minute break if that works for you, Damien.
Yeah, at 5 or 10 minutes, whatever you think is best.
I think we can probably do a 10-minute break here.
Okay.
Because we're going to get into the rating factors, and that's going to be a lot of material to cover.
Wonderful. So we'll say meet back here at 10:10.
10:10. Yes. Let me get a little card up. But yes, we'll see you all back at 10:10.
Perfect. See you in just a few, folks.
Thank you, Anna. Generator still running, Damien?
Yeah, actually, power's back on.
Hey, great.
Yeah, yeah. Gosh, it went out, came back on, went out, came back on, twice in the middle of the night. And, I'd love to be able to say I could sleep right through it. We don't have the type of generator that kicks on automatically. And so I actually have to go out and plug my generator into my house, into our meter. And so, yeah, so it takes a little extra something.
That makes for a less than ideal night's sleep when you have to.
Yeah, it does. It does. Particularly
Damien,
like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Are you in Yosemite? I can't remember where you are.
Yeah, up near Yosemite. That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely it's beautiful up here. But if you like, power to remain, we're going back to, rubbing sticks together to start a fire and cook our food.
Right. Well, it's 110 where I am, so I'm not sure what's worse.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you know what? Typically we're about a 10-degree difference. And if you take a 20-minute drive closer to Yosemite, it's about a 20-minute difference.
Wow.
Or 20-degree
Yeah.
difference. And so, yeah, we're typically, if you're 110, I'm typically in that 95 to 100 range.
Okay. Yeah, once it gets past 95, it's all the same.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, everybody, apologies for that. The top bar, oh, there we go. It briefly vanished when I went to scroll over it. Now it's back. Couldn't unmute myself for a second. Okay. So, thank you all for your patience. So we are going to be diving right on into project need. So the first rating factor here. This one is worth 25, project need is worth 25% of the total score. So we did go over just the basic terminology of rating factors and criteria, and your role as raters in terms of assigning a single total score based on the criteria for the overall factor. So let me just go ahead and read the first criteria for project need. So it's going to be to identify and describe the need to be addressed by the Proposition 47 program. The description of project need should include quantitative and qualitative data to support the need, gaps in service that contribute to the need, and citations of data sources. So can I please get somebody to read 1.2?
I'll read it.
Thank you.
Identify and describe the target population. The description of the target population should demonstrate that the target population is measurable, how it correlates to the need, include quantitative and qualitative data to support the description, include citations of data sources.
Okay,
Want me to
perfect.
keep going?
No, let's get somebody else to read 1.3.
I'll do it. Describe the steps taken to address the needs of the underserved populations in the community, including disparities based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, immigration status, etc.
Perfect. And one more person for 1.4.
I'll read it. Describe how the need or needs and target population align with the intent of Prop 47.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So just to start off, I'd like to ask all of you to sort of consider what you might expect to see as a good response for a point in criteria 1.1.
I'll share some thoughts, and they're influenced by my previous experiences reviewing 47 applications. And what I'll say is, I believe that this rating factor is really, really important. I think it sets a tone for the entire submission. And in my experience, it's one of the ways of almost pretty quickly sorting out a strong application from a one not so strong, because they do a good job in pointing out what their problem it is that they're trying to solve. And because I think that's what this is asking. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? And so in 1.1, they can or have the opportunity to really outline what the gaps in the services are, and that otherwise they don't have these services absent these funds to fill these services. But importantly, they cite relevant data sources. Sometimes, in my experience, they'll cite more generic data sources, actually even national sources, when they're trying to address a local problem, which is one of the marks of a stronger application from a lesser one, in my experience. But what I'm looking for is what is the problem you're trying to solve?
Absolutely. I completely agree. I think that this is really critical because it does delineate what is the problem, what is the purpose of the proposal. So this should be kind of fairly easy for most of them. And I think that you'll get a very clear idea of what you're in for with a grant, just reading, just criteria 1.1. Are they including specifically the gaps in service? Are they able to cite specific local data sources to back up their claim? So
Just to echo that, and some of them will and some of them won't, especially the gaps in services and citing local data sources.
absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, that's going to be points lost presumably for that criteria, because that's a critical piece. Why does this one need to be funded? Where are the gaps in service? Where is the need ostensibly? So so then let's take a look at 1.2. So does anybody have any thoughts about any of the points within 1.2 and what you might expect a proposal to submit, grantee to submit on that? What might be a good response?
I mean, I'll take a stab at it. So we're talking about trying to target homelessness, for example. And so the target population could be individuals that have come in contact with the criminal legal system, right? And so the quantitative data, of course, would be, the metrics, the numbers. The qualitative data that supports is what is the impact to the community or the individuals. And any citations or data sources could be local homelessness counts, court data from arresting agencies, from public defense agencies, all that would really quantify the metrics regarding this target population.
Absolutely, yes. That all definitely is something you would expect from a response. You may not see that, but that does sound like it would be an effective response, particularly the inclusion of qualitative and or quantitative data that supports the description of the target population, and very clearly delineating the population. I mean, in this particular case with this grant, the target population is already fairly outlined within the requirements of the grant. But as far as, oh, did somebody have a comment?
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, it also tells you how well they've read the RFP because of the point that you just made. The target populations laid out in the RFP, and some of them will do a nice job of relating their description here to what's laid out in the RFPs, others won't. And where it talks about the including quantitative and qualitative data to support the description, depending upon those sources, and actually there's a little bit of a relationship to one of the other factors we'll get into later, because it'll talk about their partnerships in terms of where they have data available from.
Yes, absolutely. You are correct. In one of the later ones, they will need to specify that. So here they're just including the data, and then in one of the later factors, they're going to specify the partnerships and how they're sourcing that data, essentially. Right. Thank you very much. Appreciating the participation. So let's take a look at 1.3. So describing the steps taken to address the needs of underserved populations in the community, including disparities based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, immigration status, etc. This one is fairly straightforward, but I imagine that you will see that some proposals do not delineate this in a lot of detail, but what might be something that you would expect from a grantee with respect to 1.3 in terms of addressing the disparities?
I mean, to state the obvious, of they would need to have some underlying data, I think, about the disparities and a baseline of what that population is and where they want to move. And then potentially some in latter parts of their grant, I would think some specific measures to address those disparities, potentially if it's, you know, programming that, you know, has services that are responsive based on race or gender or other factors, potentially immigration type services. But I think for 1.3, looking at a breakdown of those populations and the baseline would be sort of the first step.
Yes, absolutely. So, you know, there might be some information about the types of programming within this section that they will obviously get into greater detail in some of the later factors, some of the later sections of the proposal. And then for 1.4, describing how the needs of the target population align with the intent of Prop 47. Once again, another fairly straightforward one. Project need should be kind of a gimme for most of them. And like I said, for the projects that are effective, I think you will see that pretty quickly. And this is, I think, a very critical piece describing how the needs and the target population align with the intent of the grant. Does anybody have any ideas for this one? So maybe they might discuss reducing recidivism, like providing comprehensive support services to prevent reoffending. Obviously, they'd be doing that in greater detail. then maybe offering treatment and support for mental health and substance use disorder to facilitate recovery, both of which are key facets of Prop 47 of this particular grant. Supporting community reintegration, for instance. So you will probably see quite a diverse set of responses on this one. Does anybody have any questions on project need on this factor or any of the criteria within before we move on to factor 2? Okay. And Stacy, if you have any additional thoughts or contributions, I absolutely encourage you to chime in.
Okay, I will do so. Thank you, Anna.
Just Stacy has so much experience with Proposition 47 with the grant as well as the evaluation system. So I would love her input as well. So let's move on to, oh, no. There we go. Rating factor 2, community engagement. So can I, so this one is worth 15% of the total value. Can I please get somebody to read criteria 2.1?
I can do that. The Proposition 47 Local Advisory Committee membership roster is attached, as are letters of agreement signed by all members of the Proposition 47 Local Advisory Committee. The makeup of the committee should include a diverse group of stakeholders and other interested parties, and reflect the makeup and culture of the community and identified need.
Perfect. And can I please get somebody to read 2.2?
I can do that. 2.2, describe the engagement process of soliciting membership. The description of the process should describe how input was obtained from a cross-section of stakeholders and other interested parties, and describe how and why certain community partners were selected. Demonstrate that the process was fair, inclusive, comprehensive, and transparent.
Thank you. And for 2.3.
Describe the process of ensuring the Prop 47 local advisory committee meetings are sufficiently noticed, accessible to the public, and include opportunities for participation.
Thank you very much.
And
Okay.
Before you go on Anna, I'm going to jump in here a little bit. Community engagement is not a rating factor that you see in very many of our grants. And I'll give you a little bit of background. When Prop 47 was first passed, the SCC staff had several public meetings around the state and asking for communities to provide input on what was important to them for these Prop 47 funds. And so we had the obvious requirements of the legislation of that they had to be criminally justice involved, that it had to be funding for mental health, substance use disorder, or diversion programs. But one of the things that was made really clear to the SCC staff was the importance of community engagement and to have community members be involved in the process of deciding what was most important for their community, because each community has different needs. And so that was something that the SCC staff took to heart. And so when the initial RFP was released, I think it was 2016, that original ESC incorporated community engagement as a rating factor to reflect the importance of that aspect. And as such, we've kind of continued with that tradition throughout all of the cohorts for Prop 47. And so we still want to see that the community is involved in this process and has an opportunity to provide input in the programs within their community. And so that's sort of why you see this community engagement rating factor, just to give you a little bit of background for that.
Thank you so much, Stacey. Yes, it is a critical piece, and I think it is a bit more complex than perhaps project need. But to that end, let's take a look at criteria 2.1. So does anybody have any ideas about what some of the some of the grantees might include within criteria 2.1, for instance, how they might specify that their local advisory committee reflects the makeup and culture of the community.
I'm guessing it would include a variety of the justice partners, right? So the DAs, probation, public defender, maybe the judges, some community members that might have family members who are affected by the system.
Absolutely, that's a possibility, as well as, diversity in other respects as well. But yes, that is definitely something that you can expect to see. So maybe specifying representative, like you said, from government agencies or law enforcement, as well as behavioral health system, court services, as well as nonprofit organizations and community organizations, possibly also faith-based groups might be included in there, which all make up the community and the identified need as well. So for 2.2, looking at the engagement process for soliciting membership, any ideas on that one?
I actually think 2.2 on this rating factor is an opportunity for the grant to separate itself a little bit, the stronger ones from the, if not necessarily the weaker ones, but some of those more average ones, because some will put some real time and attention into talking about how they went out to try and solicit membership and participation. And they'll go into some level of detail, and they will show some innovation and creativity in that process. And just in terms of how far they actually went in to try and engage community as well as build the partnerships. So 2.2 is an opportunity to stand out in my experience. Some of them, though, will almost kind of rubber stamp this piece. But 2.2 should also, again, be related a little bit. Obviously, it's related to 2.1, but it's going to reflect their description of their project need and how they have gone out to try and engage partners to participate. It says, and I have a question too. It says in 2.1, it says the letters of agreement. Will we have the letters as we're reviewing?
You will not know. The letters of agreement are not included in the sample. Oh, my apologies. I meant today you will not, but
No,
but you will have the letters of agreement. Wait, Stacey, are they included in there?
I don't remember. I was just going to ask Damien.
I think they were.
I don't. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Mac.
I think the reason I ask is because those letters can actually be informative. Because, you know, as a chief, I used to sign letters all the time for grants and things like that. And you put in what you think of the grant proposal. You put in what you think of the whole project. The letters can really be helpful in terms of talking about the depth and quality of the partnership and how connected people are. So I was just curious, because I don't remember if we had a chance to read the letters. My sense is I thought we did. I thought they were in the past.
Yeah, I don't see that being an issue. I think the thing that I'd throw back at you, Stacy, is just ensuring that, you know, we're adhering to the intent of the scoring, which is scoring the proposal itself, that we're not allowing for outside influences too much to maneuver. I mean, on one hand, I think that anybody that receives a letter, you know, is has the same opportunity as any other grant program to have those letters received and to say positive things about, you know, whether it be the agency or the proposal or the idea itself. However, I don't know as far as influence is concerned, if that's something that we'd be concerned about.
Hi, Damon. I can jump in here.
Yeah, please.
So, for previous grants, unless explicitly stated in the rating factors and rating criteria that a letter of agreement is part of the rating criteria, then we typically don't rate the letters of agreement as well too, because it can happen where we've had previous grants where, you know, someone can have 50 letters of agreement or letters of support, right? And someone can have 2, and those 50 doesn't mean that that those 50 weigh as much or weigh more than those 2 that are very, very good as well too. So I think as far as I can see, and what we can do, Mac, to get you a clear answer is we'll talk within ourselves, and then we'll give you a definitive answer. If not later today, then tomorrow for sure. But I think at this point, if it's not explicitly stated in the rating criteria, then it's not something you rate against, because essentially the role of yourself as a rater is to rate using the rating criteria as your essential rubric, right? And so if it's not stated in there, then it's not necessarily a rateable item, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, but I'm just rereading 2.1, and it says the Proposition 47 Local Advisory Committee membership roster is attached, as are letters of agreement. So I take from that that that's available for our review.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. And I agree, Michael. Let's take a deeper look at that. And Mac, you're also bringing up a great point, you know, as far as, you know, thinking about something like this in the future as well, that this be part of that conversation. Because as what's being discussed today in this particular rating factor, the community engagement piece was from the beginning absolutely important to this program and to the funding of the programs. So yeah, having a very clear understanding of what we should include, and to go back to my original concern and to what Michael's bringing up, ensuring that the sway isn't something that's generally impacting one direction or another in a negative way. I guess that would be my only concern, is that, like, as Michael's bringing up, that if you see 10 of them, we want to ensure that that doesn't necessarily mean that that's a better proposal, that you're actually reading the narrative to say, okay, there might be 50 here and 2 there. However, the narrative is really what I'm looking at. And I like the fact that there's support there, and that they've actually done their due diligence to gain, some engagement piece prior to even drafting the proposal. So let us get clearer, but I agree with you. I think that there's some great points in that. The language here states that there is some attachment of letters as well as roster. And so we'll have clarity on that for you, Mac. It's a great question.
Okay. And not to belabor it, but that
I can answer your question now, Matt. So attachment E is the local advisory letter of agreement, and it is it's not what you're thinking of in terms of the letters from partners. This is just an agreement that is, these are the individuals that are serving on the local advisory committee. And it's just kind of a simple, straight form with kind of, yes, we'll serve on the committee. I think what you're thinking of is the letters of support from partner agencies, which we have asked for in the past, and we did not, were not included on this RFP.
Okay, that does answer my question, and that's helpful. And so I take what the letters of agreement will say, but then when you go back to 2.2, where we're asking them to describe how and why certain community partners were selected. Again, what I'm saying is that information is important. It's going to say who the jurisdiction believed should be a part of this, how they reached out to them, and why they agreed to participate. So this conversation has been helpful for me, and I thank you for that last clarity on the letters of agreement.
Wonderful. We'll re-engage, no pun intended there. We'll re-engage on this topic with folks for clarity as well.
And
Great,
I would,
great.
Thanks, Damien. And I would like to reiterate what Max said too. What Max said is very true too, right? So again, going back to your role as a rater is to rate using the rating criteria, and just want to ensure, right? So when Anna's going through the rating factors and rating criteria, this is the time and place to have discussions to get a shared understanding of what each rating criteria is, right? So well, appreciate you, Mac, bringing up the discussion, and appreciate you talking it through, because it really is. A lot of you are newer to Prop 47, like Anna's been saying too. And so a lot of today and a lot of this morning of day one is going to be just really ensuring that all the raters are on the same page of what to kind of expect to see on each rating criteria. And so with that said, I think Mac kind of laid it out a really good interpretation of what is kind of expected for 2.1. So thank you, Mac.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate you actually bringing that up, because I had the same thought when reading that, and I am familiar with the RFP, and I still have the exact same thought that you did, reading letters of agreement signed by all members, but then it's by all members of the local advisory committee. So we do include that, but yes, the letters of support are, I think, were removed for all of the reasons that were discussed. But I absolutely agree with you that that does show, the diverse support and engagement for soliciting membership and the different groups and partnerships that are solicited by the grantees. So that is absolutely valid. So for 2.3, describing the process of ensuring the Prop 47 LAC meetings are sufficiently noticed and accessible. This one's a little bit more technical. So maybe the LAC members, they specify that they agree to meet monthly during the implementation period, possibly specifying their meeting schedule. Essentially, it could be monthly or quarterly, who would be chairing the meetings, and the format in which the meetings will be held. And then also public access and participation, which is another really important piece of this. So making sure that meetings are open to the public and allowing for community participation and community input and discussion, with the availability of things like meeting schedules and agendas, minutes from the meetings. So this is not necessarily something you're going to expect from every proposal, but those are some possible responses. Does anybody have anything they want to contribute on 2.3?
I think as we were already discussing, 2.3 will be really important just to see how they have put together that kind of lead up process, how much they've really engaged the community as well as other more institutional stakeholders in this planning process. And so I actually think what is submitted on 2.3 is a good opportunity for some projects to really distinguish themselves in terms of a higher level of forethought and planning ahead of time and engagement over time.
Right, and transparency as well, I feel. Stacy, did you also have a thought?
Yeah, I just sort of wanted to share just experience. Several years ago, Ricardo and I had gone out to do a site visit with one of the Prop 47 grantees. And we try to schedule those around times when they were going to have an LAC meeting, so we were able to attend. And one of the grantees, their LAC meeting was held in a meeting room in the county courthouse. So we had to go through security and all of that other stuff, and for making sure that it's accessible to the public, technically it was, but is that, the question comes up, is that some place where some people may want to participate but may not feel comfortable? Courthouse isn't always necessarily the most welcoming environment where you have to go through security. And so little things like where it's being held can even be very important to kind of think about when you're reading these proposals, and that may or may not be included. But that was some feedback that Ricardo did provide to the grantee of consider having these somewhere that's more easily accessible to the public. So while it was technically publicly accessible, it really may have limited participation because of those additional barriers.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, that definitely should be a consideration, and should hopefully be specified within the community engagement section of the proposal. Okay, well, if there aren't any other questions or comment, I will move on to the next factor. So the next one is going to be rating factor 3, which is project description. This is the big one. It is worth 30%. So this is going to be the bulk of the writing probably is going to be in the project description. So let's see. I will actually go ahead and read 3.1 here. So for 3.1, description of the proposed program goals, objectives, and impacts that includes the relationship to the need and intent of the Prop 47 program. So a work plan, which will be attachment H, it should say, I believe. Apologies for that. Is completely identifying the top 3 goals and objectives and how these will be achieved in terms of the activities, responsible staff / partner agencies, outcome measures, data sources, and start and end dates. So this is going to be an attachment with each of the proposals that basically outlines the entire project. So they will be identifying their goals and the objectives within the goals, as well as brief descriptions of the activities and associated partner agencies, and also some of their outcome measures, data sources, and start and end dates is an obvious one. Some of these might be a little bit vague, especially with respect to things like the measures on data sources. Because it's early stages for some of these projects, but you can also expect some specificity on some of them. So this is, like I said, this is going to be an attachment, and you're going to see that with each of the projects. And we're going to take a look at that, the work plan, in conjunction with the sample proposal that we're going to review today. So for 3.2, can I get somebody to please read that one?
Okay. Describe how the target population will be identified according to the following criteria: referral process, risk needs assessments, and how clients are identified as having a mental health or substance use disorder need.
Perfect, thank you. And then 3.3.
Describe the types of service, sources of service, and method of delivery that will be made available to the target population, including the plan for selecting the types and kinds of services to be provided to each participant. Examples, risk and needs assessments, the projected number of the target population to be served, and a plan for ensuring that individuals who have been most impacted by Prop 47, with an emphasis on racial and ethnic disparities, receive the proposed services.
Perfect, thank you. There are a number of additional criteria in 3.3, or I'm sorry, in project description. Just looked at 3.3. But we will get to those in just a moment. I want to go through these ones first, and then we'll move on to the next slide. Because like I said, this is a very large piece of the proposal, so it covers a lot of ground. So starting with 3.2, so this is a very critical part of the project description and of the project overall. So does anybody have any ideas on what you would expect to see or what you would want to see from criteria 3.2?
I would want to see a standardized and inclusive referral process that's really well thought out and innovative if possible, kind of trying to look at and ensure folks are being referred from a variety of sources. An ideal proposal, honestly, would look at the referral proposal and how it addresses reduction of reducing racism in the system, reducing disparities. The risk needs assessments, I would want to see both an evidence-based tool as well as, some trauma-informed and interviewing that really takes into account the humanity of the folks we're addressing and how difficult it may be to quickly build rapport and get necessary information. And I think that relates to how we identify who has a mental health or substance use disorder need. I would love to see a combination of both an interview with and interactions with the clients or participants, as well as leveraging any institutional data that the applicant has.
Absolutely, thank you. Also, are they specifying that they're just providing referrals and assuming that there was follow through, specifying how that's being tracked, and whether they provide evidence demonstrating that they will follow up, that, like I said, participants are actually getting to the necessary services.
That last point, getting to the necessary services, I think this is critical. For me, this is a really big deal because this is another way of separating really strong applications from some that are less than that, particularly as we talk about in 3.1, a work plan. So in 3.2, when we're saying we want them to talk about the target population, they should have clearly identified, and it's a part of their project need. And in 3.2, this whole area of the referral process, the better proposals and the better plans will make this flow. And this is the section of the application where they will make this flow. They'll talk about points of contact. They'll put on the continuum where the risk need assessments and subsequent assessments are, and how that might lead to some sort of a plan that is going to address some of these needs. Some of them will have thought this out, and it's just a matter of them really laying it out with clarity. But others, you'll have to muddle through, and it will be hard to see how they're even incorporating the results of risk and needs assessments, let alone other assessments, into a plan to serve the target population. We shouldn't have to do that for the better applications. That means we as the raters, we shouldn't have to muddle through that. This is where they actually tell us what the plan is and how they're going to put the plan in place. And if again, if they name the tools, because there are tools that have validation around risk and needs, there are tools around trauma tools. Though if they name the tools, that's actually going to be that much stronger of the application rather than just not naming them and things along those lines. This is what I'm saying is this is a really, really important part of the application.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mac. I think your experience, particularly working with, previous Prop 47 grant proposals, you've seen this already. So you know that this is a critical part of, like you said, the more effective programs, because it really hinges on this piece to show how they plan to implement everything.
Exactly.
It's going to be put into place, how they plan on tracking their clients, how they plan on following up, how they plan on recording that data, like the tools they intend on using. So you're going to see some proposals that have a lot of specificity to them, and some that are going to be more vague, of course. And the ones that, my apologies, the ones that are more effective programs are going to have a lot of clarity to the flow of this and how all of this will be implemented. You're not looking for something that's vague and cookie cutter.
Exactly.
That's how you're going to identify, like Max said, the more effective programs.
And I think also, and I'm sure Damien could speak more to this than I can, but I can say that one of the areas that we consistently, well, not consistently, but with a lot of grantees, see them struggle the most has to do with the referral process and the risk needs assessments. They're getting the wrong referrals, or participants that are getting enrolled are not the correct participants, or they're not receiving the correct referrals. So, and that hinders their program. So I think having that clearly established from the beginning in the proposal, saying this is our referral process, these are the tools that we're going to be using to assess their risk and their needs, that they've thought through that process. And I think for some of the grantees in the past that we've had, they think that they've thought through that process, but then when they start implementing it, they realize that they really have not thought that through as well. And I think that comes out in the proposals in section 3.2 quite well.
One other little qualifier, one just that can make it even more confusing, and not that I'm trying to confuse, but depending upon who the target population is, and as it relates to a Prop 47 population, as outlined in the RFP, and depending on their partners, if they're targeting a population that is already receiving some level of service from their local probation departments, all of the probation departments use a risk and need assessment. But some of the proposals, it will be community providers who are signing up to administer a risk and needs assessment. The proposal should provide clarity on who's going to be doing the risk and needs assessment and the additional assessments. That's just one type of assessment. And we're in this process. Because I know in reading them, again, that's one of the things that I'm looking at, depending upon who they've identified as their target population. Because I know that the probation departments are doing an assessment, but then you're going to say, oh, your community provider is also going to be doing this assessment. Are they the same assessment? Is it redundant? Is it, are they going to be conflicting? My point is the better proposals will offer that clarity so they will be clear and won't confuse.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully they do specify that, especially if there is some potential for conflict, if they have been assessed by local probation, and then are being reassessed, doing risk assessment with local organizations. And I just realized, unfortunately, because of the way I structured this, that the second half of 3.3 is on the next slide. And 3.3 is kind of a very big piece of this, since it addresses the services and the source of services and method of delivery. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, and I was just going to say, just looking at time, do you feel like you want to get through 3.3 first and then take a small break, or do you want to take a small break and then jump into 3.3? What are your thoughts?
You know, that's actually a very good point. I think 3.3 is kind of a big one. I think we're going to be probably doing a fairly in-depth discussion on this one. There's a lot to cover with 3.3. Like I said, the rest of it is on the next slide. So maybe we actually do have a quick break here, just a little bit ahead of time. If we can just do, I don't know, do we have time for a 10-minute break, or do we want to just do a 5-minute one?
It's kind of up to you what you think as far as.
5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
We don't want to get too far behind. We don't want to get behind this early in the Raider training.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So let's actually all take a 5-minute break. So let's come back at 11:07 here. And I will see you all back shortly. Right, everybody? Can I just get some check marks to see if everybody's back? Or thumbs up are also very good. Okay, perfect. We still waiting on a couple of people. You can just, if you're back, you can just do a reaction. The reaction's at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Yep, perfect. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, folks. Yeah, those of you who had your cameras on, I made the assumption that you were ready to go. Just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anyone. Okay, well, after that quick break, let's dive back into factor 3. So back into program description, criteria 3.3. I actually would like to go back to this first piece, and I'm going to read through the entirety of it because, like I said, there was a little bit of movement in the RFP, and completely missed that this one was on the next page. It used to actually be in 3.2, but that's neither here nor there. So for 3.3, it's asking the grantees to describe the types of service, sources of service, and methods of delivery that will be made available to the target population, including the plan for selecting the types and kinds of service to be provided to each participant, example, risk and needs assessments, the project number of the target population to be served, and the plan for ensuring that individuals who have been most impacted by Proposition 47, with an emphasis on racial and ethnic disparities, receive the proposed services. How the services will be delivered, including the length and duration. How the design and implementation plan of the project demonstrates value in community partnerships and collaboration. And the roles, responsibilities, and activities of the case managers, system navigators, or other staff delivering services. So 3.3 is a lot. It covers a lot of very important information. It covers the services and sources of service, methods for delivery. So does anybody have any contributions on this one for what they'd like to see, or what, they've, in the case of Mac, maybe you've seen something in past proposals that would really stand out in this piece of the factor.
Just following up on what I said before, I think 3.3 is where they really do have the opportunity to show how well thought out their plan is and how the process will work. We ask a lot, or the RFP asks a lot candidly in 3.3 in terms of the level of detail and the kinds of things that should be included. But again, some of them will do a really good job here because they will have thought out, clearly laid out what their need was, and then they will have really done a good job and candidly a collaborative job with their work plan, with clear delineation roles of the different stakeholders and partners and who actually is going to do what. And some of them will show how they incorporate not just the risk and need assessment information, but any other assessment information into a plan, a case plan, and they'll lay that out really well, and they will lay out who will do what in that plan, and will kind of walk us through as raters through the continuum of the plan and the delivery of services. Some of them, I don't know if they've hired grant writers that are just good at that, but some of them can do a really good job. I won't even say necessarily they hit on each bullet in 3.3. They do a good job of giving you clarity on what it is they're trying to do from the sense of the types of services that they want to deliver. And
Yes, absolutely. Oh, no, go ahead.
oh no, that was all.
Oh, no, I thought somebody else was chiming in. Apologies. Yes, there is a lot to consider with this criteria, obviously, because really the entire project hinges on whether or not they can specify the services that they plan to provide and the delivery method, and how these services will actually be made available to the target population. So I realize I keep saying a lot of these are critical, but truly 3.2 and 3.3 really are the working cogs of the entire plan of the entire project. So they need to be able to delineate these very clearly in order for you to be able to assess whether or not the proposal is effective, whether the project is effective, and whether it's feasible. And so there's some considerations with things like if they're specifying like the length and duration of the services. So if they're administering, for instance, a diversion program, and they stipulate that it's only going to be a single day, there's a question of what is the efficacy of a 1-day diversion program relative to one that lasts 3 to 6 months, for instance. So there's considerations there. And then I realized that once again, we can't see all of them in here, but then questions about how, like I said, the services will be delivered, specifying with a lot of clarity the process for connecting the population, the clients with the services. So getting them into, let's say, a substance use disorder program, what are the actual steps for administering that? And then, of course, like I said, taking into consideration the length of the program, which they will also need to specify.
Oh, if I
Just
may
to-
chime
Oh,
in
go
as
ahead.
well. Matt, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it again re-emphasizes how much work they put into clearly identifying their target population. And again, knowing the different populations targeted in Prop 47, but how well they've outlined who their target population is. Because when they've done that, and then they put the plan together, then it will flow from who their target population is. And I'm looking at, well, what I'm thinking of is some of them actually, some of the proposals will target populations candidly before they get an adjudication with the intent to divert from criminal justice processing, which is fine, which is not inconsistent with the Prop 47 population. But then their plan is going to be a little bit harder to see how and when they're going to use something like a risk needs assessment for a population that's not even adjudicated yet and has not penetrated that deeply. I'm not saying that that means that they have to advocate for deeper penetration into the system. But my point is the way that they define their population, their plan has to flow from that. And the stronger ones will do it. They will absolutely succeed in laying that out. The weaker ones will just be more muddled. We will have to work harder to understand how are you really going to try and do that.
Yeah, thank you, Mac, for that added. Your experience definitely is coming out when you converse on these topics. Your particular experience with Prop 47. Just a quick couple of notes. You know, thinking on the back end of things, once these things are funded, and how important, particularly. I mean, yes, you're right on it. You do say that this is a critical component, but the reality is it really is. I mean, you may have to say that a lot of times throughout this rating, but certainly this is, and for all the reasons that that has been expressed. But what we end up seeing on the back end of things, once these things are funded, for those that don't have as strong as a plan in place for the 3.1, the 3.2, the 3.3s, and beyond, really. And the reason that this is weighted so heavily is that the amount of work that it takes post funding to just try to get to some of these agencies to get their partners on board, because the partners are saying, listen, we've heard this song and dance before, you know, show me, or to be able to start implementing the plans if there's not a strong plan already in place with the details that are provided, to start to implement those things is well beyond, in most cases, well beyond 6 months even. And that's where a lot of our work ends up taking place for those that get funded that don't have as strong a case or as strong a plan in these areas. And so how important that is to ensure that, you know, that there is, you know, definite delineation between those, you know, I'm going to use the term weaker just because we have weak and strong in our rating factors, which you'll hear about here in a bit. But to be able to really delineate between those stronger, well thought out, well planned service delivery approaches and those engagement pieces plugging into that, so important to be able to delineate those scores between those types of plans. And really kind of, you know, taking some real time in this particular area to ensure that those stronger scores are well preserved for those stronger plans. And so I just want to throw that out there.
No, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate that you also touched on, you know, the thinking about weaker and, you know, the strengths and weaknesses, because we need to be thinking about that as we go through each of these criteria. Yes, we're going through them kind of in this abstract sort of unstructured way in discussion format, but with each of them, you need to be thinking about the potential, what would be a strong proposal, what would be a strong response for 3.3. And as Mac specified, you know, as he talked about the fact that the proposals, the strong, quote unquote, stronger proposals are going to have very clear delineation for program implementation, for how they plan to deliver the services, the length of the services. So some of these might already be established programs, and those ones are going to obviously have much more detail. Some of them might be newer programs, and they might be somewhat vague in this on this particular criteria, and that can be potentially concerning, because really the entire project hinges on this piece. So as Damien mentioned, oh my gosh, why did it do that? As Damien mentioned, they may have these ideas that they present in the proposal that they realize are not really viable, you know, 6 months down the road once they start attempting implementation. So it's very important as raters that as you're reading this, you consider the viability of these programs, and whether there's enough specificity to what they're describing. So maybe they're also specific about things like, you know, previously they talked about the gaps in service. Maybe they specify, you know, how they plan on overcoming barriers to serving their target population and how they plan on addressing that. So, you know, that's something to also consider. So since this is a really big one, would anybody else like to chime in on 3.3? And any other piece of this? We haven't really discussed too much about community partnerships and collaboration.
Well, I know I talked a lot, and I'll try and be more quiet. But just to your question, though, because it's important to get on 3.3, when they're laying out their plan, one of the things to look for is when they lay out what partners will be doing what and what the plan is, then we necessarily need to go back and look at community engagement to see if that partner is on board and if they've said that they'll participate, because that's just something to look for, to see that in 3.3, when they're laying out how they want to deliver the plan, if all of the people that are going to be involved in playing a role in the plan are on board in the community engagement piece. That's absolutely something I look for. If they're looking for me, it's easy, the probation department to do this. Oh, is the probation department signatory as part of their Prop 47 advisory board? Great. This particular community organization is going to be doing this, or well, are they on book? Those kinds of things. You want to make sure that the better plans will have that. The lesser plans will have those gaps.
Yes, thank you so much. Absolutely. You definitely want to be looking at the entirety of the proposal as holistically, I guess. I've read proposals that are, it seems like they were cobbled together sort of piecemeal, where they basically needed to submit something. And I'm not talking about Prop 47, I'm talking about just proposals I've read in the past. Sometimes you're reading one section and there seems to be some kind of a logical discrepancy between, you know, something they mentioned in a previous section and the next one. And sometimes you'll just see a lot of information. With Prop 47, most of the time, you're not going to see too much of that. This is a very large grant. A lot of these grantees have people writing this who work in evaluation and have experience, but there's still the possibility that you will see those discrepancies where something doesn't logically make sense, or there are gaps in terms of, you know, what they mentioned in a previous section with like community engagement, and then they start talking about partnerships that were not previously brought up. So definitely something to look out for. It's a lot of information. Like I said, these are pretty large. It's a large grant, so the expectation is there will be a lot of text to go through. So just paying attention to that.
Anna, can I jump in real quick?
Absolutely.
Yes. So I just want to encourage Mac to continue sharing, Mac, because
yes, please.
We do understand that you know you have experience with it. You've been involved with Prop 47 for a while too. So again, reiterating that the morning session is to get everybody on some sort of shared understanding of the rating criteria and rating factor, and then your knowledge and your expertise helps guide us there. And so still knowing that at the end, when it comes to rating in that process, your expertise only helps. It doesn't sway anyone one way or the other. And so more so, you're just providing more knowledge and more information to us. So continue sharing. Don't feel like you need to not anymore.
Thank you for that.
Yes, I thoroughly appreciate it. You have significantly more familiarity with the grant than I do. I know that for a fact. So I really appreciate your insight, your expertise on it, and also just you providing experience from past rating. So I know that Mac is very knowledgeable on this, but I encourage everybody else to chime in. I know that many of you are new to this, and that's absolutely fine. You know, chime in on any of these points. Any ideas or thoughts you have on them, opinions, expectations, qualms. This is supposed to be a collaborative session where, like I said earlier, and we'll probably say multiple times as we move forward, the purpose of this session is to get us all on the same page in terms of understanding these rating factors and criteria. So I want to hear from all of you because you all have diverse experience and expertise. So absolutely chime in. So with that, let's take a look at 3.4. Can I please get somebody to read through 3.4?
Describe how the service delivery approach referral process is culturally competent and responsive, trauma-informed, gender-responsive, and provides for accessibility. How it advances principles of restorative justice and acknowledges and addresses known barriers to serving target populations.
Thank you. Let's take a look at 3.5. If anybody could volunteer to read that one.
Describe the process used to determine who will provide services, including how providers address the needs and interests of the target population, how the applicant's administration, staff, leadership, etc., involves people with lived experience, have been system impacted, or have varying educational levels and life experiences.
Thank you. I'll read through 3.7. So describe how the project meets the spirit and intent behind the statute and the Proposition 47 guiding principles, which I believe can be found on page 6 of the RFP. And if somebody can read 3.8.
If your agency, oh, you can go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If your agency plans to leverage outside funds, include a brief description of which other federal, state, and local funds or other social investments will be leveraged and how they will contribute toward the success of the proposed project. If you do not plan to leverage outside funds, explain why.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So looking back at 3.4, so this is looking at the service delivery approach. A lot of overlap, obviously, with 3.2 and 3.3 here, but as we just talked about this, there should be a logical flow from one section to the next, and these ones particularly have an expected flow. So moving on to that service delivery approach and cultural competency, trauma-informed care and things like that. So does anybody have any ideas about what they would like to see in 3.4, what they think would be a good response on this particular criteria?
I'll go. So yeah, in this area, a strong proposal, I would imagine, would have some evidence-based strategies, some empirical evidence to support their articulated referral process. I think a weak proposal would be very theoretical, and I think we would be able to really sniff that out if that were the case. But yeah, strong proposals, I think in this case would be supported with some evidence-based strategies and empirical data.
Yes, absolutely. And also, like you said, you don't want to see anything where they're just kind of paying lip service to these concepts. You know, talking about things like trauma-informed care and gender responsiveness and accessibility. These are not just talking points. They have to have very clear delineation of how they plan to address these barriers, I guess, and showing cultural competence with respect to service delivery approaches. So anybody else, potentially, if you folks have had experience within this field, what you would want to see from a grantee on this one?
I think when they talk about principles of restorative justice, the stronger proposals are going to outline what those principles are. Even though we see that term a lot, there are differing understandings or definitions of restorative justice, but the stronger proposals will not just use the term, they'll outline specifically, again, principles or practices, restorative justice practices that they want to speak to. Similarly, when we're talking about wanting them to be culturally competent, responsive, and trauma informed, they have to talk a little bit about that. I think I might also be looking in this area if they've invested in their collaboration in implicit bias training. Some of them will talk about the fact that they have done some level of training for their collaboration, for their partnerships and things along those lines. Actually, that's exceptional when they've done that and lay that out with some clarity.
That would definitely be ideal. I'm sure that that's not going to be very common, but that would definitely be something to look for. I think that, like you said, Mac, especially with respect to restorative justice, it is a kind of a loaded term where there are different interpretations of that, and I think that they need to be very specific about what they mean by that and how they intend to apply that within their programming.
Because some people just use it as a buzzword, candor, and they don't tell you what they mean by it.
Well, exactly. It's the same with, like I said, cultural competence. There's paying lip service to the expectation of these, of addressing, these factors, but not really having any specificity to how their program intends to address that. So being on the lookout for that kind of specificity, delineation, if they actually have partnerships with organizations that address these factors, that work with, that have experience with trauma-informed care, for instance, or organizations that have restorative justice as the platform of the organization, or if they have implemented trainings within their own organization that address some of these factors. So does anybody have any other contributions to this one for 3.4?
I'll just add on just one quick thing that as we're talking about terminology, that's a conversation that I have with current grantees frequently, and that sometimes there are definitions that a specific agency will follow based on, say, a public agency definition of something, whereas our definition, the Prop 47 definition, may be more broad. So in that sense, I would encourage folks also to utilize the glossary that's in the RFP as well. If you're finding language that's within a proposal and you want to have a better understanding of what they're meaning by that, possibly looking at that glossary, using that as a tool while you're reading and scoring, that might be helpful as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Damian. Yes, that is a fantastic resource. So if you are finding certain words within the proposals that, might be specific to our definition, so the Prop 47 definition, they will be in that glossary. So taking a look at 3.5 here, so describing the process used to determine who will provide services, another very important piece, because once again, it is kind of the specificity of implementation. It kind of follows very directly, I think, from 3.3, where you're looking at the design. Now we're looking at who will be providing these services. So does anybody have any ideas about what they'd like to see in 3.5? So, I mean, I can absolutely chime in here. So looking at for instance, how providers address the needs and interests of the target population, and how the applicant's administration, staff leadership involves people with lived experience. So we're looking at potentially if they have existing contracts, for instance. So if they have existing contracts with, let's say, transitional housing agencies or things like that, they will specify that. So, or if they intend to engage with certain organizations that provide substance use disorder treatment, specifying which organizations they plan to connect with. And then also having very clear specification of who will be administering the services. So if they're engaging with multiple organizations, being clear about who will actually take on the roles. So the actual administration of the services. So which organization takes, which organization will be taking on the role for administering each of the services that they specify. So in the first point, how they plan on addressing the needs and interests, they might specify, organizations they might connect with, and then the actual delineation of who in particular will be administering the services, who will be collecting that data, who will be following up with the clients that they are administering the services to. And hopefully also specification, if they are working with community organizations, that these are folks that actually have lived experience. So people who might have been justice involved in the past, folks with experience with substance use disorder themselves, who've maybe gone through these processes, and hopefully also organizations that have diverse staff that can connect with the target population. Apologies for that kind of synaptic misfire there.
I'm going to add to that a bit, Anna, in terms of the involving people with lived experience, system impacted, or have varying levels of education, life experiences. Damien and I, and also formerly Ricardo, when he was the field rep, have interviewed dozens of participants when we do these site visits, and repeatedly, one of the consistent things that we hear is how important it is that the staff know what it's like to be dealing with addiction, that they've gone through it, that they see them as a role model of, hey, if this person can do it, then so can I. And we hear that repeatedly. And so I think in these applications, you may see, oh, well, yeah, we'll bring in people with lived experience, but what are those people with lived experience doing? How are they going to be interacting, or will they be interacting with the clients or the participants? I know I did interviews recently with some former participants, and one of the individuals was a participant, and then actually was hired on with the NGO to be a peer navigator, and he talked about his experiences of being incarcerated, and talking about how he knows what it feels like to be in jail. He understands the sights, the smells, the experiences of a daily basis that you have to live with when you're in jail. And he can relate, that experience helps him relate with the clients that they're serving. So I think that's a very important piece when you're reading these proposals is, are they there, if they're say that they're hiring people with lived experiences. Are those individuals going to be the ones that are working with the clients, or is it that they just hire them but they're doing some other work? So reading what will these individuals be doing?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, when I was on the other side of this, when I started as the director of the mayor's office of reentry, we had already gotten the first round of Prop 47 funding. And one of the risk assessment tools that was being used on intake was one that was used in prison as part of so there was a lot of language that to me felt very triggering. For participants. And so because of my background, I sat and worked with and ensured that all of the MSWs understood that they could use maybe some different language in order to get the same results and questions. But I think as to what, was being spoken earlier in terms of like lived experience, I think that it is so important that it is also like the right lived experience, right? There is a huge difference between doing an assessment or the experience of somebody who is a lifer and has been in for 25 years and is coming home, as opposed to somebody who is cycling in and out of the local county jails. And so I just, I really want to push on, agree with what has been said, that the right lived experience specifically tailored to the population that they are targeting is very, very important for the programs to actually be effective. And especially in those things that seem like it might not be that big of a deal, but I think it's very important because then you are getting the people in who need the services the most and not, sort of siphoning them out based on, just faulty words or triggering language or things like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, thank you so much for contributing. And I appreciate that you already have experience with Prop 47. So yeah, it can definitely be like we talked about with the previous section. It's not about it being a buzzword or about it just being a concept. It's about whether they can truly define how these people will be involved within the programs, how they're going to be interacting with the clients. With respect to addressing the needs and interests of the target population, for instance, and also, I guess, with the next point, are they providing folks that have experienced folks who are bilingual? That's a consideration, whether or not they can even interact easily and clearly with their clientele. And then the next point here, so 3.6, describe the plan to minimize startup time so the services can be delivered as soon as possible. Do we have any ideas for that one? I mean, that one is a little bit more mechanical. That's really not something I think that people are going to have too strong of an opinion about. That's just something that they should be specifying. So what points are they going to include here? Once again, we're looking for, or hopefully you're looking for, when you're rating, specificity. So addressing to each of the program, each of their program purpose areas, I guess. That's not the term that's used here, but whatever services they intend to provide, they should have an idea of how they plan on minimizing startup time so that there isn't a delay in service delivery. So how do they plan on recruiting their staff? How they plan on distributing the funds, which will actually be specified in the budget attachment, which you will also be able to see. So you'll be able to see where the funding, where they plan on distributing the grant funding. whether there's going to be a delay with respect to data collection, for instance. That's a very big piece of it. Are they going to be, just recording information in an Excel sheet, or are they using a currently existing database that they have experience with? Some of these programs are already they've already been implemented, so they may have these systems in place. But it looks like John has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. It was actually in regards to 3.5, for the sake of just being on the same page here. The second point there, applications administration, and if you touched on this, my apologies for missing it. So if we take the literal, I guess, interpretation of that, that would be the actual grant recipients, the agency's administration. But I would imagine that this extends also to the partnering service providers, right? For example, I guess if the administration, the grant recipient, the agency doesn't necessarily have individuals with lived experience or that have been system impacted in the past, but their partnering agencies do, I would imagine that's of equal value here, right?
Yes, absolutely. So they may not have, the actual agency applying may not have direct experience with that, but they have to obviously partner with a CBO. So the expectation is if they're going to be administering the majority of the services, that they will have folks with lived experience, and that they will be able to delineate that very clearly. I feel like Stacy, did you have something you wanted to contribute on this one? Oh, Matt.
No.
I was just going to say they often do that, exactly what you just described. When they themselves, when the agency itself doesn't have the lived experience population, the stronger applications, again, will be talking about their provider agencies, and they make a point to say that they have that those agencies are employing people with lived experiences. And to Efti's point earlier, sometimes they'll go into the detail and say what that lived experience is. They don't always do that, but in reading these in the past, they almost always will say, and this agency regularly employs individuals with lived experience. That's been pretty consistent.
I think when in reading this one, it gave me sort of flashbacks regarding all of our grant implementation hurdles and challenges as a county agency and all that we've learned over the years about how hard this is and how many delays there can be, including, writing proposals that were funded, including partners, and then realizing we actually had to go to bid to see who the partner was going to be in a county competitive process. So I would actually be looking for the nuance of how much they actually understood what they were getting into around those pieces, around county council, around writing the contracts and like the very non-sexy nitty-gritty government hurdles, of which there are many that are coming the way of these grantees. I was really happy to see the more kind of realistic startup periods and wind down periods being included in that 4 years. I wanted to applaud. So I think that's really wonderful. But I think looking to see, because they have to do both, right? They have to pitch the community-based partners, the non-governmental partners that they're going to work with and would like to work with, but then they're going to have to comply with open bidding requirements. I'm assuming if the county agencies are similar to kind of what we're dealing with in the rules in Contra Costa, and they're going to have to get board orders and. So I am kind of looking for somebody who has that administrative know-how and is just going to kind of bullet that all out, and they're probably going to have to give, to be frank, a fairly unrealistic timeline. Again, maybe all the other counties are faster than Contra Costa, but things can take a while, to get to the board, to go through county council, to go through RFP. So I will be looking with a fine tooth comb kind of on that end of things based on our past experiences and lessons learned.
Ellen, I think that's an excellent point, and that you're not alone. I think most county agencies, it is a slow process, and it's, you know, a lot of times we do have grantees that, you know, say, oh, yes, we'll be ready in 3 months. They put out an RFP for, say, for example, their mental health provider, which is the core component of their program, and they don't get any responses from the RFP. So then it has to go out a second time. And so it can take a lot longer than anticipated, because things like that, in terms of just the, like you said, the government red tape, can take a long time. And it's not uncommon for grantees to still be getting things going after that 6 months. And so it is really important that they, like you said, have a clear understanding of, you know, all the hoops that they do have to jump through and that process, and you know, have all of basically their ducks in a row that's going to allow them to get started more quickly.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacy and Ellen. Yeah, I really appreciate you chiming in, because yeah, you have that experience. So you know that it's a slow slog, and that they can provide, you know, timelines, but the accuracy of that is questionable, because they can never be sure exactly how long it's going to take. It might take several months. They might have to push that deadline out several months. But what we are hoping that they provide are, once again, specific delineation of how they plan on attempting to minimize that startup time. So even if there are delays, which inevitably there will be for a lot of projects, if they have contingencies in place, if they, if one of the agencies that they were attempting to partner with falls through, that they have other ideas in mind, that it's not going to be a situation where the entire timeline has to be pushed out, 6 additional months or anything like that. But apologies. So we are approaching noon here. My hope was to get through these last 2 criteria before we adjourn for lunch. If everybody's on board, we can adjourn at 12, or we can just finish up factor 3 if everybody's okay with that.
I think let's finish up factor 3.
Perfect.
Everybody's okay with that, and I'm seeing a few thumbs up.
Awesome, thank you, everybody. Okay, so 3.7. So looking at how the project meets the spirit and intent behind the statute and the proposition guiding principles. If anybody has the RFP up, the guiding principles, I believe, are on page 6. But
Anna, if you want to give me make me co-host, I can share my screen.
Absolutely, that would be fantastic. Let me do that. I had them up here somewhere, but it would require me to resize my screen.
It's probably faster just to make me co-host.
I think I will do that. Yes. Yes, I think you should be able to do it now.
Okay. And I'm going to start off on this a little bit and give a little bit of background on these guiding principles. Again, a lot of this comes from the public hearings back when Prop 47 first passed, when the BSCC went out and talked with several different communities and getting input. And when the ESC met, and they watched all of the recordings of those meetings, and before they even started developing the RFP, they put together these guiding principles that were going to lead them to the initial Prop 47 RFP. And you see a lot of overlap between some of these guiding principles and some of the rating factors. Some of them are also distinct and separate. But really, the BSCC tries to ensure that we adhere to these guiding principles and adhere to the initial guidance that we receive from the community throughout the state of California when doing these. And so this is, talking about, again, incorporating community partnerships and collaborations, culturally competent services, expand access to culturally congruent quality mental health and substance use disorder services. And this is something that I think is really important in that if you look at a lot of these evidence-based practices for mental health and substance use disorder, these were developed in the 60s, 70s, and they were designed for your middle-aged white male. And those approaches are not necessarily going to appeal to, all race and ethnic backgrounds. And so one of the things that I've seen with a few of our grantees is that they take those evidence-based practices and they incorporate cultural aspects of the community into those evidence-based practices, and it makes it much more inviting, much more interesting, and appealing for the individuals in that community. It also looks at identifying and addressing known barriers. What are the barriers to the individuals? Expanding, improving on efforts to divert individuals away from the criminal justice system, including community-based organizations with diverse staffing, demonstrate capacity building, be mindful of regional equity and geographic diversity, including the smaller and more rural counties. They also felt that collecting data and having measurable outcomes was an important aspect of this Prop 47 grant, and that we wanted to see that what was happening on the ground in the trenches, if you will, is actually making a difference. And then finally, encourage community engagement. And so you can see a lot of those overlap with what we've talked about already. And when we get to the rating factor on data and evaluation, you'll see that again as well. So those are the basic guiding principles of Prop 47, and a little bit of background as to how they came about.
Thank you so much, Stacey. I really appreciate it. Yeah, without seeing the guiding principles, it's a little bit difficult to speak to this particular criteria, but yes. So just looking at these guiding principles here, looking to make sure that the project meets the spirit and intent behind the statute and the Prop 47 guiding principles. So this one is it's pretty broad, obviously. These guiding principles cover a lot of ground. So does anybody have any ideas for what they would like to see grantees present for criteria 3.7 in addressing the guiding principles?
Just really broad. It seems like it's everything that's in some of the other criteria, to be honest. Obviously, a strong emphasis on the involvement of the community, getting that community voice and engagement when they shaped their proposal, having, really focusing on data and data collection, ensuring that, if the project is funded, it can end up with outcomes that will both inform other jurisdictions in the state and potentially garner it long-term sustainable funding because of the success. and you know, so on and so forth for all of the different pieces. But I think really making sure it's in the spirit of Prop 47 of really shrinking who's in our criminal system, focusing on diverting folks out in an innovative way that again can be measured, while focusing on mental health, substance use, and looking at those populations.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, like you said, it does cover a lot of what we've already discussed. But I guess this is more of bringing it all together. So we looked at the entirety of factor 3. 3.7 is almost asking them to provide the gestalt for the entirety of points 3.1 through 3.6. So this kind of incorporates all of that, almost like a summary, hopefully that they've covered all of the other pieces that they can stipulate to, you know, whether they're using a client-centered approach or they're prioritizing, you know, marginalized populations or, you know, specific individuals, if they're, for instance, more likely to reoffend. What is their community involvement? So, and Stacy, absolutely feel free to chime in on 3.7 because this one is a little bit more nebulous, but that is my understanding of the expectation for it.
I think you were right on when you know, talked about, you know, the gestalt, bringing it all together. You know, so they should be in their proposals. They should actively be, you know, tying these different aspects of their proposal back to these guiding principles and say, this is how we're, you know, adhering to these guiding principles, and be very specific with that. Most of them will not do that, but some of them do. And that I think, you know, when they're being very intentional with their proposal aligning with the guiding principles, I think you'll see that they reference these guiding principles.
Thank you. Yes. Does anybody have anything else they want to contribute on 3.7? Okay. In that case, let me go ahead and reshare my screen and we can take a look at 3.8. So criteria 3.8 here, we're looking at agency plans to leverage outside funds, including a brief description of which other federal, state, or local funds or other social investments will be leveraged and how they will contribute towards the success of the proposed project. And if they're not planning to leverage outside funds, explain why that may be. So does anybody have anything for 3.8 and what you might expect to see in this section here?
Well, I think they're going to be at a disadvantage if they don't state some kind of leveraged funds, whether that be, leveraging benefits, state or federal benefits, looking at types of county funding or city funding, leveraging other, embedded funds. But I think a detailed description of what those sources are, hoping that maybe there will be a variety of options, and then kind of pragmatically how the participants or clients of the grant are going to end up leveraging those. Is it a case manager? Is it are they doing that themselves online, which I would be more skeptical of, but right, how is that gonna work on the ground?
Yes, absolutely. And yes, I think with stronger stronger proposals, you would expect to see that they would be specifying some leveraging of other funds, like if they're leveraging, I think, top proposal talking about Medi-Cal, and versus not implementing that at all. I mean, I suppose if they aren't, they would have to have a clear explanation as to why they're opting not to do that, potentially with some of the smaller grants. Does anybody have anything else on 3.8? I think I have a little bit less experience with point 3.8. So if potentially Damien, I don't know if Damien is currently able to.
He had to step away.
I see. Yeah.
But I think, you know, what was already mentioned is right on, in that, you know, there's no, for Prop 47, there's no match requirement. And so, you know, we want to see that they're able to, you know, take advantage of other resources that are available that will allow them to maximize their Prop 47 dollars. And, you know, that, and doing that by leveraging other funds. And so if, for example, they have, if they're doing substance use disorder programs and, you know, they're able to leverage Medi-Cal benefits for that, it's going to allow them to provide substantially more services than if they're using the Prop 47 funds to cover those expenses. So we, you know, with 3.8, you want to see that they're, you know, that they have explored various options so that they're able, you know, various financial options, so that they're able to maximize those Prop 47 dollars.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacy. So with that, I think we have gone through a lot of content. So we've gone through the biggest one, the biggest factor, which was program description. We should probably at this point adjourn for lunch. And are we doing 30 minutes here?
Yes, 30 lunch.
Yes.
So let's all take a 30-minute break and come back at 12:40. And we will press on with Factor 4.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. See you soon. All right. Well, hopefully everybody had a satisfying break. I know we covered a lot of material. And I think we're through the heavier stuff. We're through the Factor 3, rating Factor 3, which was a lot of content, I know. But now that everybody seems to be back with us, just want to make sure if I can just get a thumbs up from the folks that are not, that don't have their cameras on. Make sure we're not losing anybody.
Yeah, we've had a few posts in the chat saying that they're still eating, so they're off camera. So.
Oh yes, yep, I see it. No worries. Yeah, if you're off camera, that's totally fine. Just wanted to make sure everybody was back with us, so I didn't launch into Factor 4 with gusto with folks still away from their computers, which is fine. So on to rating factor 4, which is data collection and evaluation, which is worth 15% of the total value. Can I please, you know what, everybody's just back from lunch. I'm going to read the first one. So criteria 4.1, describe the plan to determine the staff and or entity that will conduct the project evaluation and how monitoring activities to ensure that interventions are implemented as intended will be incorporated in various phases of the project. For example, startup, implementation, service delivery period, etc. Can I please get somebody to volunteer for 4.2?
4.2, identify the process and outcome measures that are quantifiable and in line with the intent of Proposition 47, the proposed project, and the goals and objectives listed in the work plan. Recidivism, as defined by the BSCC, is included as an outcome measure.
Thank you. And somebody for 4.3?
Describe the preliminary research plan for how to collect and evaluate baseline and outcome data related to the process and outcome identified in 4.2. Describe a plan for entering into data sharing agreements, including agreements to obtain recidivism data.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Looking to 4.1. So this is an important one. I mean, I keep saying that, but this is looking at how they plan to conduct their project evaluation and how they plan on actually monitoring any services that are implemented. So does anybody have any idea for what they'd like to see for criteria 4.1 on data collection and evaluation?
Sure. This is Edgar Campos. And if I could offer an example and you all can help me identify whether it's the adequate one. Back when I used to be the chief strategy officer for School Board President Garcia at LAUSD, we would oftentimes have MOUs with the county, particularly around social services, and trying to identify which of our children, which of our students had needs particular to being low income. And so we're able to cross-reference TANF, cross-reference social services that they may receive and identify those students who would have been eligible for free and reduced lunch, but their parents may have not filled out the form. And so in that way, we were able to cross-reference and then be able to evaluate, how then they could take part in a service that would have otherwise not been afforded to them had it not been for us cross-referencing with another jurisdiction. I mean, that's kind of what comes to mind.
Yes, absolutely. That is definitely applicable here. And that would be a strong example for the project evaluation and monitoring. Absolutely.
The other thing I'd add is 4.1 is really asking a very direct question. Who's going to be the project evaluator, or is there going to be an evaluation? And the rating factor is data collection and evaluation. That's two different things, because there can be a collection of data that they should certainly be speaking to and knowing what that data is and where it's going to come from. But here on 4.1, it says describe the plan to determine the staff and or entity that will conduct the evaluation. That should be a straightforward, clear answer. Whether they're hiring an outside evaluator, whether they have someone who's already agreed to be an evaluator, that should be clear, picture clear. And then they'll need to describe the activities to see, then it gets a little bit more complicated when it says monitoring the activities to ensure the interventions are implemented as intended. That's really a process evaluation. That's what that's talking about, a process evaluation, and how that gets incorporated into it. So professional evaluators know the difference between a process evaluation and an outcome evaluation. So the submissions here should be really clear on that point in terms of who's going to do that and how they're going to do it.
Yes, absolutely. And to your point, Mac, so Prop 47 does have funding set aside for evaluation. So they will have funding specifically allocated for hiring evaluators. As far as data collection goes, it really kind of depends because a lot of the agencies are working with outside organizations, sometimes more than one organization, that will have different processes for data collection. So they may have a central hub, somebody who within their organization will be doing the evaluation, or they'll be hiring somebody outside the organization most often, since, like I said, this is a larger grant and they have funding set aside for it. But as far as specifying the data collection, so depending on their services, they should be able to specify what data is being collected by what agency, and have a lot of specificity to that. How they're monitoring the activities. So like I said, if they have if they're working with an organization that administers substance use disorder and diversion, substance use disorder programming and diversion services, then they would presumably be collecting data in some fashion. And then how are they getting that data from the organization they're working with? Also being very clear about the timeline for phases of the project. So having a clear idea of when this data will be collected, not just how, and at what stages. Does anybody, oh, Stacy?
Yeah, so I just for a little more context, one of the grant requirements for all grantees is that they complete a local evaluation that includes both a process and outcome evaluation. So the process evaluation is measuring how well the program was implemented, and then the outcome evaluation is measuring how successful the program was in terms of participant outcomes, whatever those may be. And so all grantees are required to do that. It is specified in the RFP that they are encouraged but not required to hire an outside evaluator. Most of them do, in fact, hire an outside evaluator, but not all of them. And so that just kind of gives you a little bit of background as to what the data collection and evaluation requirements are. And again, as I've mentioned, that one of the things we do see commonly in terms of challenges from grantees is the data collection process, and either they're partner agencies aren't collecting the necessary data, or they're not submitting the data in a timely fashion. So things like that are things that you would like to see in this section, that they've thought about that data collection process.
Because Stacy, and correct me if I'm wrong, my earlier comment was just that I really read 4.1 as leaning more towards the process part than the outcome. And we haven't jumped on 4.2 yet, but 4.2 talks specifically about outcome measures and is describing that they're quantifiable.
Yeah, you are correct. I was just speaking more broadly about this entire section and kind of the RFP overall. But yes, 4.1 is focused more on the process, and 4.2 is focused more on the outcome. You are correct.
And to your point, when they're responding here, they have to give great thought to where they're going to get the data from. In other words, who has the data that's going to be relative to the outcomes that they're trying to achieve. And I'm jumping ahead, I know a little bit to 4.2, but 4.2 has to show a nexus to the goals that they will have described earlier that they're trying to achieve with their project plan in the first place, just as it says. So the better applications will tie that in together. And because they'll have to necessarily look to say who among our partnership or this collaboration is collecting this data and is it retrievable? So all of that to say they really should be able to speak to that with some level of clarity.
Yes.
I agree with you 100% on that, Mac. And I'm gonna, sorry, Anna, we're
No
kind of
worries.
messing with your order, but I'm gonna jump to 4.3, just kind of to piggyback on what Mac said, is that with the cohort 3 RFP, one of the things we discussed with the ESC and why you see it in 4.3 in terms of specifically asking about recidivism data is that that is one requirement for outcome data is that they have to collect and report recidivism data using the BSCC definition of recidivism, which is 3 years, a conviction within 3 years of release of custody or supervision. And for some grantees, if it's, say, for example, a probation department or district attorney's office, it's fairly easy for them to access recidivism data. But one of the things that we learned in the first 2 cohorts is that a lot of our grantees are things such as health and human services departments, public health departments, and for them, they don't have direct access to that recidivism data. And so we want them to be thinking about, at this point even, where are they going to get that recidivism data if they don't have access to it?
Thank you so much, both. Mac, did you have?
Again, just to Stacy's point, that'll take us back to the community engagement piece, because when they necessarily have to navigate that, when they're pulling together their collaboration to say who has access to recidivism data or the data that tells us the recidivism rates. And that conversation should be taking place as they're planning, in all candor, so that they know if probation and or the district attorney's offices does have access to that data, that as they're developing their plan, it should just flow is what I'm suggesting. There's the nexus, it's linear throughout the process in terms of how these different rating factors are connected.
I'll just toss in one additional thing to what's being said too. As everyone that hasn't gone through this process before, what you're going to see is going to run the gamut of everything that was just said about this particular, well, any one of these sections, any one of these factors. But that meaning that there's going to be somebody that says, there may be a proposal that says, we're going to get somebody that does that. And then you're going to get proposals that say, we have an evaluator that we've worked with that has direct contacts with the courts that have additional information from the DOJ that can get the recidivism data on every single individual. And it's like, and it will be just this wide a range of what you're going to see. And so when we talk about, when we get into that weaker and stronger narratives, I think in this particular factor, you're probably going to see a pretty wide array of narrative.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's an understatement. You're going to see it's going to run the gamut in terms of specifically in terms of the recidivism data, because as Stacy said, a lot of the agencies don't have very easy access to organizations that would be willing to release that data. So I think during the information session when when grantees were just learning about the proposal process, we encouraged them to really consider where they would be sourcing this recidivism data, because it's very difficult to access the data from the DOJ. So they would need to enter into agreements with local law enforcement agencies, some of which may not be willing to share that data. But another piece that we haven't, that hasn't been touched on quite as much is the evaluation part of 4.3. I guess the evaluation thread that runs through all three of these criteria. So the grantees will hopefully provide information about if, first of all, how they source the recidivism data, if they did enter into any agreements with local law enforcement, they would provide that information and the agreement letter, and also how that data is evaluated. So it's not just providing recidivism data. It's not just, you know, here are the numbers. It's a matter of what are they doing with that. So are they comparing that data to pre-grant recidivism numbers? So that's something that they should also be specifying. And that's in 4.3, I believe. So does anybody have anything else for for any of the criteria, since we've kind of run through them, since they do have, as Max said, a very logical flow, and one does kind of precede the previous one. So there is an expectation that they will specify how they plan on sourcing the data, who will be evaluating the data, and then identifying their process and outcome measures, which this is also going to be detailed in, well, the outcome measures will be detailed in the work plan. Actually, the process and outcome measures are listed along with the goals and objectives in the work plan. So does anybody have anything else for criteria 4.1 through 4.3?
Just one other piece on 4.3. I think the point about describing the plan for entering into the data share agreements is really important because of what you just described. Sometimes people have data, they don't want to share it. I mean, that's just the reality. But this is going to it's going to tell us the effort to which the jurisdictions have put in to have foresight into the data that they want, where it's going to come from, and who they're engaging with to get that data. So their plan about data sharing agreements is also one of the separators between stronger applications and lesser ones.
Yes, no, absolutely. Stacy, we can see you nodding. Did you have something?
No, I just agree 100% with both what you and Mac have said. I mean, we've had some interesting arrangements with grantees over the years in terms of obtaining the data, and that they're assuming they're going to get it from, say, for example, the sheriff's department, and then when it comes time to report that data, the sheriff says, "No, we aren't comfortable giving it to you," and so then they have to scramble and try and find another source. And we currently have a few grantees in cohort 3 where the source for their recidivism data wasn't comfortable giving it directly to the grantee because they were also a service provider. So we ended up working out this 3-way data sharing agreement where they sent the grantee sent the list of the participants with the necessary information to this third-party agency, who then got rid of all of the identifying information and sent us the recidivism rates. So we had the recidivism rates of of that grantee, and then we were able to share sort of the overall recidivism rate for across all of their grantees, and so it's not always an easy process, and you know, we try to support the grantees as much as possible and help them out in any way we can, such as having these you know, sort of roundabout ways of obtaining data. But if they are just assuming that they're going to get it from a particular agency and it's not clear in the RFP, you know, that they have already communicated with them or that they've established a data sharing agreement with this particular agency, you really don't know. And so, as Max said, having those details in the proposal is really important for you know, successfully implementing their program later on.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacy. And also, I think that even though this is a proposal, it's important that you're looking for, and we keep repeating this, but a lot of specificity with regard to how they plan on, like if they stipulate that they're going to have certain process measures, they should be able to specify what type of data it is and how it's going to be collected. The preference obviously is that they have exact information about that. So if they have, if they say like qualitative data, are they going to be interviewing, you know, some of the clients? Are they going to be doing focus groups with the program participants? So it's not just a matter of saying, you know, qualitative data will be collected from, you know, from clients post program completion or quarterly or what have you. There has to be more certainty to what they're providing, because, you know, Stacy mentioned that we have a requirement. We have a local evaluation. Good Lord, why? What? It's not the report. It's the local evaluation plan. We've been in the process of sort of revamping some of these processes and kind of lost the word there. So we have a local evaluation plan that grantees are required to submit shortly into the grant period. And sometimes we're reading these, and even, you know, several months into grant implementation, they really don't have a lot of this information. And, you know, we have to ask them these questions at that point. The hope is that they had considered, these things were considered before even submission of the proposals. So the hope is that they will have specificity to what types of qualitative and quantitative data are they collecting? What kind of process measures? Do they have the names of the exact measures that they will be using? Are they citing them? Are they validated? So that is all. I mean, the hope is that stronger proposals will include those things. And that is what you want to be on the lookout for. So do we have anything else for any of the criteria here for data collection and evaluation? I feel like there might be more to cover here. So we talked about data sharing agreements, also specifying, hopefully specifying how they plan on ensuring client privacy and confidentiality. That should be mentioned. Okay. In that case, I think we can probably move on to factor 5, rating factor 5. Okay, so this is a short one. So rating factor 5 is the budget section. This is worth 15% of the total value. So this asks the grantees to provide a complete and detailed budget information in each section of the Prop 47 budget attachment, and we'll take a look at that in just a second. The budget attachment includes a brief explanation supporting each expense, expenses that are appropriate for the project's goals and planned activities. Supplanting is prohibited, and describe how you will not supplant. So let me really quickly just show you the budget attachment. So the budget attachment, the actual template is available here on the BSCC website for the Prop 47 Cohort 4 grant. And it is a kind of a locked document that allows them to only fill in the parts that they're supposed to be filling in. And let me actually go ahead and share the attachment itself here. Just to make sure we're all seeing the BSCC webpage, correct? Perfect. Yes, thank you. Awesome. Okay, so this is the actual budget attachment, and each of the proposals will have one of these that delineates the everything is basically broken down. So budget line items. So this section is going to be auto-calculated based on what they fill in here. So we'll stipulate the salaries and benefits. So specifically the name and title. So like if they're going to be hiring a particular, like, let's say they're hiring a caseworker, specify what agency they're going to be working with and their title, and the percent of full-time equivalent or hourly rate and benefits, how much of the grant funding is going to be used for that, and if they're going to be using any leveraged funding, and it will total out here, which will then show here and here. Then there's a section for the salaries and benefits narrative, where they're just going to describe how that money is being allocated. There's also one for services and supplies, professional services or public agency subcontracts. So once again, if they're going to be contracting with outside agencies, NGO subcontracts, and there are narrative sections for each of these where they should be detailing how that funding is allocated, broken down. So this is more of a general number here, and here they'll be specifying more detail. And also for project evaluation and monitoring. So if they're going to be hiring an outside evaluator, or if they're going to be, simply have somebody within their agency who's going to be doing the evaluation, data collection process, equipment and fixed assets. So this is a standard one for, this may not necessarily be relevant to Prop 47 if they're not going to have any equipment, for instance. But let me go ahead and get back to the actual slide. Okay. So what is something that you would hope to see with the budget attachment? I think this one is relatively straightforward, but it's still something that we should probably discuss.
I mean,
So
I think I'm always kind of looking at the supplanting and if either in the narrative or in the budget or hopefully in both, obviously they need it in the budget as well, but there's a good explanation and they really articulate how this is adding something new, innovative, and is a program design to add additional services with this funding rather than kind of more of the same of their existing service provision.
yes, absolutely. They should not be, this funding should not be a substitute for existing funding. So that's going to be a big part of it, that this should not be a reduction to whatever existing program that might already have been implemented. So if they have alternative grant funding, this is not meant to take the place of that. This is intended to expand the program, add additional services, expand to a broader community, depending on, you know, what their service plans are. Also, the hope is that their budget very much reflects everything that they've had in their narrative. So what they're specifying in their services in factor 4, rating factor 4, should be reflected here. So if they're specifying certain staffing, we should be able to see that in the budget attachment. Also, once again, we talked about the evaluator, that should be reflected. If they're contracting with several agencies or an agency, specificity for that as well. So there should be a clear through line between their narrative and their budget. If there's a discrepancy where they're not accounting for something, you know, that might be a potential red flag, a weakness. Or if they're specifying something in the budget that was not outlined in the narrative. Does anybody have any other ideas for this one? I know it's a little bit less exciting. It's a little bit more technical. The budgets are a lot to review, of course, but you're mostly looking to make sure that their budget matches their narrative and vice versa, that they're actually allocating the necessary funding for all of the things that they've outlined in the body of their proposal. Okay, does anybody have any questions about the rating factor 5, the budget section? Okay. In that case, I think we can move on. Okay, I thought I just muted myself for a second. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at defining strengths and weaknesses. So just give me 1 second. I'm gonna stop sharing for just a second. I wanna pull up. Okay, here we go. Okay, so strengths and weaknesses. So now on to the actual rating process. So we've talked about the rating factors in a lot of detail. And I genuinely appreciate everyone's participation. You know, the fact that everybody was engaged. And I think that we have definitely reached a place where I think we're on the same page in terms of the intent of the grant and also of the rating or the evaluation process. I really appreciate, Mac, you've done a phenomenal job of, you know, informing us, giving me a huge leg up in terms of explaining a lot of these factors and the sub criteria. And I realize that Mac has stepped away, but it's very appreciative. I may reiterate that when he gets back. But diving into the actual assessment process. So now that you know, and we've outlined the rating criteria and the rating factors, you need to really know how you'll be assessing them. So you're going to be using strengths and weaknesses to determine whether the grantees have actually fulfilled the requirements of the rating factors. So just a very broad definition here, but the strengths refers to a response or an idea that is more detailed or comprehensive by providing well-conceived, specific, and substantive support. Weaknesses refers to a response or an idea that is lacking detail or is incomplete and lacks sufficient documentation, support, or detail. So the ratings are, like I said, based on these two facets, strengths and weaknesses, of the response to the criteria for each rating factor. And even though each criterion within the rating factor is to be addressed, addressing each doesn't in itself merit a very positive evaluation. So rather, you'd want to be looking at the quality of the response to each criterion and how it's being evaluated. So your evaluation of a rating factor will represent how well respondents are addressing a set of criteria for each rating factor in terms of the strengths and the weaknesses. And so we talked about this very briefly earlier, that it's not just about did they address it, because some of them will address it, they will pay lip service to, each of the criterion, but the goal is to make sure that you are determining how well they addressed it. And also looking at each of the factors, each of the rating factors, as well as the entirety of the proposal and how all of those fit together. Obviously, you're not going to be necessarily doing that when you're rating each factor individually, but for the purpose of determining whether, factor 2 was addressed, you want to make sure that it makes sense in the greater whole of the entire project. Because like I said, there sometimes are proposals that you receive and you're reading them and realize it seems like parts of this were just sort of copied and pasted in, and they are tangentially related. Hopefully you don't see that, but that's, like I said, why it's important to also keep in mind how all of these fit together in the broader narrative in the entirety of the project. So any questions on strengths and weaknesses? Okay. All right, so hopefully everybody did receive both of these handouts. These are the two of the job aids. You should have received an email with both of these in there. So these are the two job aids you will be using to actually rate the proposals. So it's going to be job aid 1, which has, we looked at this earlier, it has the rating scale with the 0 to 5 scale and the anchors, as well as the rating factors that we just went over in great detail, as well as job aid 2, which is the notes template, which you will be using, or you can use to sort of fill out the strengths and the weaknesses for each of the factors as you go through them. And just make sure we are not going to be asking for this notes handout back. This is for your note-taking purposes, where we're not going to be looking at your reasoning for your ratings. We'll just be getting your ratings in our database, and that's it. This is just to assist you as you go through reading and rating the proposals. Okay, so we are actually at the exercise portion. Where are we at time-wise? Okay. So for practice identifying strengths and weaknesses. So you would have hopefully received the sample proposal. Proposal 1 would have been in that attachment as well. And we are going to be actually applying the ratings. Oh, I realize that this is a little bit out of order. My apologies. Let me go ahead and go to this first. I'm not sure why that ended up a little bit out of order. This is very critical. And we did not actually go through this. I thought we were reaching this slide a little bit early. So let me just go ahead and go through the rating scale first so that you know that the actual scale you'll be using. So the rating scale is 6 points from 0 to 5. And can I just get volunteers to read through each of the ratings? So for not responsive.
Okay. Not responsive, 0. The response fails to address the criteria.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so it's a complete, basically they do not provide any information that actually addresses the criteria at hand. Or more likely than not, it's entirely absent. So, can I get somebody to read the next rating, please?
For 1, the response addresses the criteria in a very inadequate way.
Perfect. And then next one, fair.
Fair 2, the response addresses the criteria in a non-specific or unsatisfactory way.
You.
Satisfactory 3, the response addresses the criteria in an adequate way.
No.
Good 4, the response addresses the criteria in a substantial way.
Five, the response addresses the criteria in an outstanding way.
Thank you so much. So yes, these are going to be the actual ratings that you will be assigning. So 0 to 5, or I guess it's out of 6, but and these are going to be the anchors that you'll focus on. So, you know, fails to address, very inadequate, non-specific or unsatisfactory, adequate, substantial, or outstanding. So with regard to strengths and weaknesses, it's important for you to kind of understand how to map those onto the rating scale, because we have a tendency to sort of land in the middle, you know, regression towards the mean type of thing. I realize that's not what that means, but most people tend to err on the side of kind of somewhere in the average, especially if there isn't really something very clearly wrong with a response or something extremely out of this world. So people err on the side of like satisfactory or fair potentially. And our hope is that you will be able to, using the strengths and weaknesses model, sort of more clearly ascertain which score is most appropriate. So looking at some of the examples that you've described, the hope is that, you know, if they're actually addressing all of the criteria within a factor, because remember, you're rating the actual factors, not the criteria themselves. You're looking to make sure that all of the criteria have been addressed. And then within that, you're looking at the continuum of how many strengths and how many weaknesses there are to each of the criteria. And then based on how they, you know, how well they addressed each of the criteria, assigning an overall score for the factor, the rating factor itself. So if they're providing a lot of detail, they're providing, you know, well-conceived specific responses with a lot of support. They're providing, you know, we talked about they're providing sources, they're including specific measures that they're using if they're specifying that they're going to be using a quantitative measure to, to determine whether there's been an increase in, educational understanding of the impact of substance use or something like that. Then they should be providing how they're going to actually measure that. Hopefully even with the measurement tool that they'll be using. With regard to weaknesses, if the responses are, once again, they're not detailed, they don't have, they seem incomplete in some way, or they seem like they were written in a cookie cutter or rote sort of way. Like we talked about, there are times where you're reading a proposal and everything seems to align when you're reading the criteria, for instance, or you're reading their response to the criteria, but there isn't really any substance to it. So if they're not being specific about, for instance, the which organizations will have will actually employ staff that have lived experience, what types of lived experience, how does that lived experience map onto the target population? So that would be a potential weakness. So like I said, if you're looking at it with more of a fine-tooth comb, you're trying to zero in on more specific responses. So instead of erring on the side of satisfactory or fair, we're trying to get to those, like, if it really lands in some of the lower or higher scores. Although, like I said, most people tend to sort of stay in this region, the satisfactory to good. But don't be afraid if the information just isn't there, or if it's incomplete or hollow, then there is a reason to actually assign a lower score in those instances. So does anybody have any questions, or actually, can I get any feedback on how you folks interpret some of these criteria? We're going to actually get into a little bit more detail on this with this next slide. So maybe we go into that first, and then we can get some commentary. So can I actually get, Mac, can you please read the first one? So this is going to be the very
Sure.
next.
Like number one, you want me to read number one?
Yes, please.
Number one, poor, very inadequate. The response addressing the factor criteria has few strengths and many major weaknesses. The weaknesses outweigh the strengths.
Perfect, thank you. Jennifer, can I get you to read the next one? Oh, I think you're muted.
But it was so good, I'm done. Too fair, non-specific or unsatisfactory. The response to the rating factor criteria has some strengths, but has some weaknesses, including insufficient detail or justification. Weaknesses may marginally outweigh strengths.
Perfect. Ellen, can I get you to read the next one, please?
Yes, satisfactory, adequate. The response addressing the rating factor criteria is moderately strong, but has weaknesses. Strengths marginally outweigh weaknesses.
Okay. And Efrat?
4, good, substantial. The response addressing the rating factor criteria is strong but has some minor weaknesses. The strengths outweigh the weaknesses.
Rachel?
Excellent. Outstanding. The response addressing the rating factor criteria is extremely strong and has few, if any, weaknesses. The strengths clearly outweigh the weaknesses.
So I realize a lot of this is, and thank you so much everybody for reading. I realize it's like being called on in class. But I realize that this may seem still somewhat vague, because it really is subjective. But that's a very big part of it as well. So your expertise is varied, and we're not expecting to have exactly the same ratings from every single one of you. The expectation is your specific expertise and lived experience, your work within the field is going to inform how you feel about these proposals. And, that's why you've been selected and why we so deeply appreciate you volunteering your time and your expertise. It's because you can lend that varied expertise to the rating process. So while this might be, like I said, a little bit nebulous, you do have to take into consideration like I said, the bigger picture as you're doing this rating process. So it's not just about, counting out the strengths or weaknesses when you're mapping on the score. You have to take into consideration also the weighting of each of the criteria or each of the factors. So let's say you have factor 3, which is worth 30% of the entire overall score. So as you saw in factor 3, rating factor 3, there are a lot of pieces in there that are very critical to the success of a grant program. So it's going to be very different if, they lack in an area that's a little bit that is worth less, for instance. So the hope is that you will take into consideration, the criteria that are also more consequential to program success, not just, okay, well, they covered these, they did really well on these, so that means it's the factor has a higher or lower score. It's also taking into consideration the factor in its totality and how it fits into the project and program efficacy. Does anybody?
I have a comment / question, and it's to your last point. That what I found is that it is a minority of the submissions that even speak to all of the listed criteria and the rating factors. It's more common that many of the factors are actually the submissions are actually silent on, even though they might have a really good discussion. It's not like they necessarily speak to each specific criteria. So sometimes I've struggled with how the rating even for just that purpose. But the point that I think you just made was how well they are addressing the criteria does become that much more important. But candidly, many of them don't even speak to many of the criteria that we just went through and discussed.
You're right, absolutely. And that does need to be considered. I think that there will be times you'll find that, they may address certain facets of criteria in other sections potentially. So if, for instance, and I realize this makes it more difficult, requiring you to peck and search throughout the proposal, and as folks working in the research unit in evaluation, we also have to deal with this quite a bit, where they have a very clear outline that they should follow, but sometimes they will include information that belongs in probably not project need, because that one is pretty clearly delineated, but from project description in the next section or somewhere else.
That's a really good point, and that absolutely happens. That is a really good point.
Yeah, and that means, unfortunately, it does require a close reading, where you have to make sure that, okay, you're reading the section, seemingly they didn't cover this information, but maybe in the next section, it was relevant to another criteria that they're addressing in factor 4, let's say, and that's where they included it. And like I said, that's where it becomes very necessary to look at the totality of the actual proposal and whether or not it seems like they covered all of the information that was requested, even if it wasn't in the exact expected order, which some of them will not be. But hopefully they will. Makes it a lot easier.
Just a clarifying question about that. I just want to confirm. So if something, and I know from putting together these grants that it's hard with the limitations and sometimes you can't repeat things in every section, but if we know that the relevant criteria is covered, but it's not covered in the section we're grading. At the moment, we can zoom out, just clarifying, we can zoom out and go with the totality of the proposal.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
absolutely. So you're looking at the rating factors. So even though the sections are labeled, if the information that's being presented covers the criteria from a different factor, you absolutely want to include that. But like I said, it does require a closer reading. Most of these proposals, or a lot of the proposals, are coming from grantees that have hired evaluators. So, you know, they're written relatively well, and so they'll be fairly clear, and everything will be in the sections that it needs to be, but not always. So yes, if you find it in another section, you will, you know, take that into consideration for the rating factor, where it belongs. Do we have any other questions about the scale or the application of the concept of strengths and weaknesses? Maybe Damien, Stacy, I know you have a lot more experience with the grant, so if you have anything at all to add.
No, I think you're doing great.
Yep. Yeah, the questions are great. The conversations are fantastic. They're right on with the things that will align with things that you will that they will definitely run into.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Everybody, you've been amazing. I really appreciate the discussion and everybody sort of collaborating. Like I said, this is the goal, to get us all kind of on the same page and have a clear understanding, a similar understanding of the expectations and what each of these means. So let me take a look here at the rating scale use. So it looks like we are actually about to launch into.
I'm thinking this may be a good stopping point, because
Yes.
I don't think we're going to have time to really get into the exercises.
Yes, I actually, Michael and I discussed this, and we still have 20 minutes left, but it's going to take a little bit longer than that for everybody to read through project need, and then to actually assign scores and for us to have a discussion on it. So if possible, going to assign a little bit of homework. So if all of you could please take a look at sample proposal 1, which you should have received hopefully this morning. Please absolutely let me know if you did not. And then read through the project need section. And review the strengths, weaknesses, evaluate the relationships between the strengths and weaknesses, and also the very important piece of selecting a scale point rating to assign to each of the rating, or to the rating factor, just for project need. So major focus on identifying the strengths and weaknesses within project need. And go ahead and please use the job aids that were provided. So job aid 1 that has the rating scale as well as the rating factors with the criteria, and the notes template that you can use to sort of list the strengths and the weaknesses just for project need. And tomorrow, we will go ahead and review some of the strengths and weaknesses that you identified. And then we'll discuss the assignment of a rating score for that first rating factor. And then we're going to go ahead and do that for the rest of the sections. But for tomorrow, just go ahead and start with project need. And tomorrow we are going to actually go through the rest of sample proposal 1. So we're going to go through the rest of the sections, assigning the strengths and the weaknesses similarly, discussing them, and then assigning scores. And then we're going to take a look at another proposal as well that has different characteristics. So you have variability, so you can see, you know, different types of proposals that you might expect. And we'll also take a look at next steps. So what you're going to do once you've completed your ratings, the dashboard where you'll be entering your scores, and the timeline for actually getting a response back from us. And then we did, like I said earlier, we already discussed, but the board decision on August 19th, once the rating, all of the ratings have been finalized for fund distribution. And I don't know, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I know we're ending a little bit early, which is nice, but it was a lot of information.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
So I've never done this before, and I initially thought that probably there was a rating for each subsection under each of these areas, like project need, but then it looks like now, and looking at that form, that maybe we just provide one rating for the whole section. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. So you are looking to make sure that they actually have covered all of the requirements of each of the criteria, but you're providing a score for the totality of the factor. So you're not scoring each criteria, you're just providing a total score for the factor. But the strengths and weaknesses aspect of it, you're looking at the criteria to make sure that they have not just fulfilled the requirements of providing the information, but you know, on the scale of performance, like how many what strengths and weaknesses did they include when describing the criteria?
And remember that each of the rating factors is weighted differently, and you guys don't need to worry about the weightings. We'll take your ratings, and then we will add the weights to those. So you don't need to worry about those. You guys just focus on the 1 to 5. We'll add the weights after the fact. So although it's only, you're only giving project description a score between 0 and 5, that still is going to be weighed 30% of the total score at the end.
And another question, I know that you've done some screening to make sure we don't have ones that should be disqualified, but not to the degree that there should, like, it's possible a section could get a 0, or has that already been screened out?
No, it's possible that could get a 0.
Okay.
If they completely miss the boat and, it is not at all what it should be, then yes, if they didn't address any of those criteria, that 0 is there for that specific reason.
Those will be the ones that submitted at just under the deadline. They just wanted to get it in.
And another thing too, as you guys
That doesn't happen, Mac.
as you guys are reading the actual proposals, once you get them, if at some point you're reading them and you go, oh wait, I realize that I have a some established relationship with this CBO that they're going to be working with, maybe I need to recuse from that proposal, let us know. And we will, because sometimes we gave you the list of the grantees, but you may not necessarily know who their NGOs are. And once you get in and reading and find out that, oh, this could be a potential conflict of interest, let us know.
If that happens to you, say 17 times, we might question how you're coming about your conflict of interest as well.
Hey, they may just be really well known around the state.
Yes, that's quite possible.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacy and Damien. So yes, hopefully that covered the questions. Does anybody have any other questions, comments, or contributions for before we adjourn for the day?
I have one more question. I have all these newbie questions. So I'm curious, things can be read extremely carefully, things could be read at a higher level. How, like, the homework you gave us, what would be an appropriate amount of time that you think it would take to do that homework, so that so I can schedule it, because there's not a lot of time between now and that tomorrow morning, and I have back-to-back meetings the rest of the day, which is fine, but also so I am giving an appropriate amount of effort.
I could chime in on that, Anna, too.
Yes,
So to read, sometimes it depends on the proposals that, how much narrative they write. But for this particular one, I would say about 15 minutes to kind of read it over, and then about another 5 minutes to kind of take notes on identifying strengths and weaknesses. And so don't worry about the score just yet. The scoring stuff, we will elaborate more on tomorrow. But for the sake of time and for the sake of efficiency, just read through that section, about 10-15 minutes to read through, and then about another 5 minutes to jot down your strengths and weaknesses.
Very helpful, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Michael. And I think, Stacy, you mentioned, and I think I also mentioned earlier, the weighting of, well, in this particular instance, we're not going to be looking at the totality of the entire proposal, but you were asking, Rachel, you were asking about rating the criteria individually versus rating the actual factors, the rating factors themselves. And Stacy, you talked about how we will take care of the actual weighting. But there is something to be said for, like I said earlier, the import, the actual meaning of each of the sections. Obviously, they're all important, but there are pieces that are really critical to program functioning. They might be vague when it comes to something like, the exact quantitative measures they intend to implement, but if you're looking at the totality, you're looking more at whether or not the actual project sounds feasible, whether they have a clear idea of how the projects will be implemented and things like that. But right now we're just looking at project need. We're just looking at that one section. So yeah, Michael said it should take about 15 minutes or so to read through it. It's not too long. All right. I think any last questions before we head off for the day? Okay. Well, in that case, thank you everybody for joining. I really appreciate all your engagement, your participation. It's been amazing. Really excited to reconvene with you tomorrow and actually get into the meat of the proposal itself, because we've been talking kind of in these abstracts, the concepts, and we haven't really seen the application. So very excited to get into that discussion, because that's really the interesting part of this. Not that the factors aren't fascinating. Like I said, the discussion has been really lively, and I really appreciate it. Damien, sorry. Oh, you unmuted. I just wanted to see if you had something.
Oh, no, nope.
Okay.
No, you did a great job. No, thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, and everybody, if you have any
See you tomorrow.
questions, feel free to reach out to me or Damien, and we will hopefully get you an answer.
We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Everybody.
See you tomorrow.